Expand your vocabulary with our Core 2000 Words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free Russian ebook before it's gone. Hi, welcome to Introduction to Russian. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Katya. In this series, you'll learn everything you need to know to get started learning Russian.
That's right, and we're here to help guide you through your journey. In this lesson, you'll learn the reasons you should start learning a new language, why you should learn Russian in particular, and how to get started.
Let's begin with the most obvious question. Why learn a new language?
There are countless reasons, but perhaps the biggest one of all is that it could actually change your life. Learning a new language unlocks new pathways that are off limits to you now. There are certain things that you simply cannot do without having the technical or cultural skills that come from learning a new language.
Like working or living in another country.
Knowing another language provides you with greater job opportunities. You have the freedom to move to another country halfway around the world and be able to earn a living, or even better yet, build a career from it, instead of just being stuck in one place. Language allows you to visit or live in places that you may never have even considered going simply because that wasn't a possibility for you. Knowing another language simply gives you more options to choose from.
And learning a new language also helps you to be more open-minded and see the world from a new perspective.
Language and culture go hand in hand. The world is a big place, and by broadening your understanding of other cultures, it allows you to be more empathetic and understanding of the many different ways that people live their lives. With language, you're able to see and experience more, which helps you to grow as a person.
Learning a new language also improves your memory.
Several studies have consistently shown that those who study another language have improved memory as opposed to those who didn't learn another language. Learning another language also keeps your brain healthy by significantly delaying the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. This difference can be as much as 4 to 5 more years of quality life.
And those are just some of the reasons you should learn another language. The list just goes on and on.
Now you know the benefits of studying another language, but why should you learn Russian in particular?
Everybody knows that Russia is the largest country in the world. But did you also know that Russian is one of the most widely spoken languages in the world too?
Russian isn't only spoken in Russia. It's actually the official language of many other countries like Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and the list just goes on and on.
And unofficially, it's also widely spoken in Ukraine, Latvia, Estonia, and many other Slavic countries. In fact, Russian is part of the larger family of Slavic languages that are all very similar to each other, akin to super languages like Chinese and Spanish. There are around 300 million Russian speakers worldwide.
And its importance as a language can be seen globally, as it's one of the official languages of the United Nations. All meetings and official documents drafted by the United Nations are spoken and written in Russian.
Learning Russian also opens up many other business opportunities, as Russia leads the world in many industries, such as mechanical engineering, refining, shipbuilding, automotive, aerospace, microelectronics, and much, much more.
What about the poetics of the Russian language itself? In the words of the 16th century Emperor of Rome, Charles V, I speak to God in Spanish, to friends in French, to my enemies in German, and to women in Italian.
And to that, the Russian polymath Mikhail Lomonosov famously added that if he'd known Russian, he could speak to all of the former because Russian has the grandeur of Spanish, the vivacity of French, the strength of German, the gentleness of Italian, and in addition to that, the wealth and brevity of Latin in Greek.
Indeed, Russian is one of the most interesting languages in the world. It's the king of Slavic languages. It's been said by language learners that if you learn this language, you can easily learn any other language in the world, no matter how difficult it may seem. Okay then, we've talked about why you should start learning a language and why you should start learning Russian in particular, but how should they get started, Katya?
Well, it's as simple as learning your first word in Russian and building up from there.
The good news, though, is that you already know some Russian.
Respect, fail, good.
As you can see, Russian is much closer to English than it seems initially, because it has had ties to English and English expressions for some 200 years.
Let's teach you something that you might not know. Здравствуйте. This is a common Russian greeting that roughly translates to hello or how are you? Здравствуйте.
That's a useful phrase. Can you explain a little bit about what these symbols are, though?
Sure. Much like how English uses the Latin script in its writing, Russian uses another type of script called the Cyrillic script. And those symbols are actually letters of the Russian alphabet. And similar to English, one letter usually corresponds to one sound in Russian.
We'll introduce you to the writing system in episode 4 of this series. For now, let's put up some Roman transcription so you can follow along.
Здравствуйте.
Repeat after Katya.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте.
Russian has a lot of consonant clusters like the ones found in this greeting, but don't let that intimidate you. Pronounce each consonant going from one to the next without adding any extra vowel sounds. Start off slowly and read them in the correct order.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте.
We can also abbreviate this phrase to make it more casual.
Здравствуй. Just remove the last syllable te to say hello casually to a friend or relative. Здравствуй. Здравствуй.
Well done! Now you know how to greet someone in Russian. We've covered a lot of things already, so why don't we wrap up the first lesson and recap on what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned that studying another language has many benefits, such as providing new job and business opportunities. Russian is spoken by hundreds of millions of people worldwide and is one of the official languages of the United Nations. And to greet someone in Russian, it's
Здравствуйте.
In the next lesson, we're going to demystify Russian pronunciation by taking a look at the sounds of Russian, so be sure to watch the next video. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye.
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to Russian. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Katya.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Russian pronunciation. Russian pronunciation is arguably easier to learn than English. Consider the following English words. The first word is pronounced colonel, not colonel. The second word is pronounced arise. Adding an N, however, doesn't give you arisen, but arisen. The last word is pronounced ate, but adding an H doesn't give you hate. Instead, it becomes height. English is notorious for being a difficult language to learn, and it can be very frustrating for learners due to the fact that its pronunciation rules often don't make a lot of sense.
Russian, on the other hand, can seem like a blessing when compared to English. Дуб, вода, дом. Russian is primarily pronounced as it's spelled. There are some exceptions, but they're governed by more defined rules compared to English. Even loan words, like the greeting you learned in the previous lesson, are largely pronounced as written. Здравствуйте. All you need to learn now then are the sounds of Russian.
There are many vowel and consonant sounds in Russian. Luckily, Russian puts its letters into two main categories of sounds, hard and soft.
There are a total of 10 vowels in Russian, and they're divided equally. There are 5 hard vowels, which are a little similar to English. A, E, U, O, U. And 5 soft vowels. These are vowels that have a netted glide or Y-like quality, making them sound softer. Ya, Ye, I, Yo, You. Please note, though, that the number of vowel sounds do not equal the number of vowel letters. There are actually more vowel sounds than represented by letters.
Similar to vowels, consonant sounds can also be hard or soft.
B, B, V, V, D, D, Z, Z.
Unlike vowels, though, consonants aren't differentiated into separate letters based on their hardness or softness alone. A single consonant letter is used to represent two sounds, one hard
M,
and one soft.
M.
This is because Russian is actually read in blocks. We use the closest vowel which comes after the consonant to indicate whether to pronounce the consonant hard or soft. If the consonant is followed by a hard vowel, then the consonant is also pronounced hard.
Ma, масло.
On the other hand, if the consonant is followed by a soft vowel, then the consonant is also pronounced soft.
Мя, мясо.
The many contrasts between hard and soft consonant and vowels is what gives Russian its distinct gliding sound.
We saw before how a relationship exists between letters and sounds based on their hardness. Voicing is another quality that's important to be aware of when learning Russian pronunciation.
Voicing simply refers to whether or not your vocal cords are vibrating or not vibrating. English has voiced pairs as well. Consider the following letters: P, B, T, D, K, G. Do you notice the relationship between these letters? The letters in each pair are pronounced exactly the same, the only difference being that one requires your vocal cords to vibrate and the other to not vibrate. Sounds that do not require vibration of the vocal cords, like all the ones on the left-hand side, are considered voiceless, while sounds that do require vibration of the vocal cords, like all the ones on the right-hand side, are considered voiced. Consider the following example in Russian. This letter is pronounced
G. But this word here isn't pronounced bog, but bog. Notice how the letter G is written, which is a voiced letter, but is actually pronounced as the letter K, a voiceless letter.
So what ended up happening? The final consonant is a voiced consonant, but when the word is being pronounced, the letter is actually read using the voiceless counterpart instead.
This occurs to all words that end in the final consonant in Russian. Final consonants are pronounced voiceless. So despite what's written, always pronounce the final consonant in Russian using the voiceless version. B, zub, z, без. The key to perfecting Russian pronunciation is to master hard and soft pairs and voiced pairs.
Unlike many other languages, Russian pronunciation is heavily affected by sounds that are adjacent to each other, often adopting the sound qualities of the letters that surround them.
Once you understand the concept and the relationship between hard and soft pairs and voiced pairs, Russian pronunciation actually becomes quite logical and easy to learn.
Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, we introduced you to some important concepts for learning Russian pronunciation. You learned that there are hard and soft pairs in Russian, about voiced pairs in Russian, and that letters can adopt these sound qualities. If you're interested in learning more about Russian pronunciation, check out the entire course we created named The Ultimate Guide to Russian Pronunciation. In that course, we cover and break down every single sound in the Russian language, showing you mouth and tongue positioning and giving you tips to help you perfect your Russian pronunciation. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of Russian grammar, where you'll learn about Russian word order and how to build basic phrases in Russian. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to Russian. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Katya.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Russian grammar. Word order refers to the order in which words are structured to form a sentence in a given language. Consider the English sentence, I ate an apple. But first, let's remove the article an here for simplicity, so we're just left with I ate apple. The basic word order for English is subject, verb, object, or SVO for short. If we break down the English sentence, I ate apple, we can see that the subject I is presented first, followed by the verb ate, and then finally the object apple is positioned last. This is the basic word order for sentences in English.
Russian uses the same word order as English, SVO. Парень купил собаку. Парень. The subject, a guy, goes first. Купил, the verb bought, goes second. And собаку, the object dog, goes last. This means that you can create any basic sentence in Russian simply by exchanging the English words for Russian words using a dictionary and still be understood. Isn't that easy?
In fact, Russian word order is much more flexible than English. Compare the following examples. Cats eat mice. If we were to swap the subject with the object, we'd get mice eat cats. As you can see, the SVO word order in English is fixed. Changing the word order changes the meaning of the sentence completely.
Russian, on the other hand, is much more flexible. Starting with the SVO word order, кошки едят мышей. We can swap the subject with the object like we did for English, and yet, мышей едят кошки. The meaning of the sentence remains the same. In fact, we could swap the sentence any which way and it still wouldn't change the core meaning of the sentence.
Unlike English, Russian doesn't rely on the word order of the sentence to signify if a word is the subject or an object because it uses special word endings that act as markers to indicate the role of the word in the sentence.
In this example, we use the word ending "ей" in мышей to indicate that mice is the object of the sentence. And so we can move it around anywhere in the sentence and it still be the object.
Now you know how to create basic sentences in Russian, but how do you make a sentence negative?
Negation in Russian is easy. Just add "не", meaning no, before the verb. Он спит. Он не спит. Я знаю. Я не знаю. Unlike English, Russian permits double negatives. So in English, you would say nothing happened. But in Russian, we would say nothing didn't happen. Ничего не произошло.
You can form many basic negative sentences in Russian by placing no before the verb. Turning a sentence into a question in Russian is even easier than turning it into a negative sentence.
Simply raise your pitch at the end of the question as you would in English.
Unlike English, though, you do not need to rearrange the order of any words. Simply say the sentence and raise the pitch at the end.
Ты понимаешь? Ты понимаешь?
To ask more than yes or no questions, you'll need to learn question words. Some common question words are
Что? Как? Кто? Какой? Когда?
We'll cover more of this in future lessons on Russian grammar. Well done! Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned that Russian sentences can be formed using an SVO word order, just like English. Additionally, Russian uses markers to indicate the role of a word in a sentence, which allows the word order to be much more flexible. You make a negative sentence by adding no before the verb. And to create basic questions in Russian, simply add a question mark and raise your pitch at the end of a sentence. We've covered only the absolute basics of Russian grammar. If you're interested in learning more, check out our Russian in 3 Minutes video series. In that course, we teach you useful phrases while covering the fundamentals of Russian grammar, and each lesson is only 3 minutes long. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of Russian writing. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to Russian. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Katya.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Russian writing. Russian is written using letters from the Cyrillic script, one of the most widely used writing systems in the world.
The Russian alphabet consists of 33 letters. These are 10 vowels. Of these, 5 are hard vowels and 5 are soft vowels. There are 21 consonants and 2 special letters which aid in designating hardness and softness. These letters do not produce sounds on their own. They merely augment the sound of a preceding letter.
Like English, Russian has upper and lowercase letters. Most letters look identical to each other, and the only difference is their size.
You can learn about each individual letter and get some insights into each letter and how to properly write it in our Learn Russian Writing video series. In that series, Svetlana breaks the alphabet down in the easiest way for you to learn. We'll link to this series at the end of the video.
Russian is written from left to right, just like English. Also similar to English, Russian is written in cursive letters when handwritten. It's called rapid or running script in Russian because the links between cursive letters significantly increase the writing speed.
Unfortunately, this increase in speed and convenience often results in the omission of the stress marks on the letter yo. It's continuously being omitted in modern-day Russian, making it look like the letter ye instead. This is convenient for those who are fluent in Russian, because words can still be understood based on context, but this can be problematic for new learners of Russian.
Every sentence begins with a capital letter in Russian.
Сегодня хорошая погода.
Proper nouns also begin with a capital letter.
Ломоносов, Москва, Днестр.
Proper names are also capitalized, but only on the first letter.
Индийское море, Багамские острова.
If all words in a proper name are proper nouns themselves, then they'll all be capitalized.
Северная Америка.
Unlike English, the pronoun for you is capitalized in Russian. It's done so as a sign of respect.
Вы не подскажете?
The days of the week are not capitalized in Russian.
Среда,
Neither are months, nationalities, languages, nor the pronoun for I in Russian.
август, эстонец, испанский язык. Я один.
Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned that Russian uses the Cyrillic alphabet, which consists of 33 letters. You learned that Russian has upper and lowercase letters, and that it's written from left to right. You also learned a few capitalization rules in this lesson. We've covered only a few basic things about Russian writing.
Remember, you can check out our Learn Russian Writing video series as well. In that course, Svetlana breaks down the Russian alphabet, teaching you insightful things about each letter and how to write it.
In the next lesson, you'll be entering Russian boot camp, where you'll learn useful beginner phrases to get you speaking Russian right away. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to Russian. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Katya.
In this lesson, we'll focus on teaching you the most useful Russian words and phrases for absolute beginners.
Make sure you're repeating the words out loud after I say the examples.
Are you ready? Let's get started. Do you remember how to greet someone in Russian?
We taught you this phrase in the very first lesson of the series. Can you recall what it was? Здравствуйте.
It's a common greeting that's used not only in Russia, but many Slavic countries.
Здравствуйте.
Now you try.
Здравствуйте.
To greet a friend more casually, you can say,
Привет. Привет.
try it.
Привет.
To greet someone more specifically, you can say,
Доброе утро, which means good morning. Доброе утро. Добрый день, meaning good day. Добрый день. Добрый вечер, meaning good evening. Добрый вечер.
One of the most useful phrases to learn is one that expresses gratitude. Let's learn how to say thank you in Russian.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Try it.
Спасибо. This expression is derived from two words. Спаси, meaning save, and Bog, meaning God. It literally means save God, but this expression no longer has any religious connotations and is used to simply express gratitude. Спасибо.
Repeat it one more time.
Спасибо.
The next phrase we'll teach you is perhaps the second most useful phrase of all. It's to apologize or excuse yourself. If you are apologetic for disturbing someone to make a request, you can say
Извините, meaning sorry, or Извините, пожалуйста, meaning excuse me, please. Извините.
Try it.
Извините. Извините, пожалуйста. Извините, пожалуйста.
If you want to apologize for something you've done, such as stepping on someone's toes or bumping into someone, you can excuse yourself by saying
Простите, meaning forgive me, or прошу прощения, meaning I'm sorry. Простите.
Try it.
Простите. Простите. Прошу прощения. Прошу прощения.
In this final lesson, you learned how to greet someone, express gratitude, how to excuse yourself, and to apologize. And in this series, we introduced you to the basics of Russian pronunciation, grammar, writing, and more. Let's conclude with some parting advice from Katya, and listen to some of her tips on how to learn Russian from a native Russian perspective.
The sounds and pronunciation of a new language are always a huge stumbling block for new learners. I suggest getting familiar and practicing these sounds aloud from the very beginning so that you get used to Russian pronunciation. The key is to repeat them aloud. It's not enough to just sit idly expecting to improve when it comes to pronunciation. Check out our ultimate guide to Russian pronunciation to start perfecting your Russian as soon as possible. Another tip I recommend is to immerse yourself in Russian pop culture. Russians are funny people, and there are thousands and thousands of entertaining videos for you to watch online. Be entertained while familiarizing yourself with Russian mannerism, speech patterns, and intonation. Watching contemporary Russian videos, like our videos here at RussianPod101.com, will ensure that you're learning real, everyday Russian in the fastest and most effective way.
You've reached the end of this Introduction to Russian course, but it's only the beginning of your journey to Russian fluency. Where do you go from here? Try our Ultimate Guide to Russian Pronunciation series to start familiarizing yourself with Russian sounds and perfect your Russian pronunciation. Or check out any of our other video series. We have many different categories for you to choose from. Good luck as you continue learning Russian, and I'll see you in another video. Bye!
Bye!
Здравствуйте, я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com's Alphabet Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. Over the next 20 lessons, you learn everything there is about the reading and writing of the Russian language. By the end, you'll be ready to dive into the world of Russian literature, make your way through Russian cities, and really accelerate your Russian study. Ready to start? Then let's go! The Russian alphabet contains 33 letters. Seeing them laid out like this might seem intimidating, but the trick is to take it step by step, character by character. Don't worry about how hard it looks now. Just stick with me, and in a few short lessons, you'll see how easy it actually is. I have some really good news for you. Russian is largely phonetic. This means words are actually pronounced exactly like they're written. Also, if you look at all the characters, you will notice that many are exactly the same as English letters. We'll use this similarity to English to tackle the Russian writing system. Let's separate the letters into 4 types. True friends. They look nice and they are nice. These are letters which look and sound just like English letters. False friends. They look nice, but don't be fooled. These look like English letters you're familiar with, but sound different. New friends. They might look scary, but you'll warm up to them easily. These are letters you haven't seen before, but they have familiar sounds. strangers. These will be the tricky ones. They look different from anything you've seen before and don't have similar sounds to English either. We'll start nice and easy with some true friends. So let's begin. We'll start at the beginning. Ah. So what sound does this letter make? That's easy, because the name of the letter almost always describes the sound that the letter makes. So it's pronounced ah. That's why this is a true friend. It looks like an English A and it sounds like an English A. What you see here are the printed forms. This is what you'll see on signs, newspapers, and anywhere that the letters are printed mechanically. As you can see, both the versions of A look the same as A in English. Now it's time to take out your pencils. We are going to practice writing. Find some paper and follow along. Even though it is rare to see the printed version of Russian handwritten, you'll practice writing them so you can get used to the shapes. Okay, here we go. Here is the uppercase. And here's the lowercase. Nice. Time for the next letter? Not yet. You just saw the printed version of A. However, when writing by hand, Russians use cursive letters exclusively. This is the way Russians learn to write ever since elementary school. Even though you practice writing in the print style, it's very rare to see that in the real world. When you write Russian, it's going to be in the cursive style. The cursive uppercase A looks like this. While sometimes there is a big difference between the printed and cursive letters, R is pretty straightforward. It's one long stroke and then a short one in the middle. Now here's the lowercase handwritten A. This is very easy too. It's similar to the cursive A in English, and it's also very easy to connect to the next letter. Now it's your turn. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. That's it for A. Let's keep moving. The second letter we'll learn is another true friend, K. That means it's just like the English K. It always makes the K sound. In the printed forms, the only difference between upper and lowercase is the size. It's writing time. First, the printed versions. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. As for the handwritten version, the uppercase is quite similar to the printed letter, but different from the English cursive style. The lowercase is identical except for the size. Now let's write the cursive versions. Here's the uppercase. That means that we have to pick up our pen or pencil after writing the first stroke, and then connect K to the next letter with the second stroke. The lowercase version is the same. Great! You already learned 2 letters of the Russian alphabet. That means you're ready for your first Russian word. First, look at the printed version and try sounding it out. Did you read как? Well, you're right. This is how to write the word for how in Russian. Believe me, it's a lot better to learn new words in the original Russian, rather than relying on Roman letters. This will be the first of many new words for you. Now the fun part. We'll write it by hand. For words, I'll just do it in the cursive style. Congratulations! You just written your first Russian word. Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. Practice writing these letters and words until you don't even have to think about it. There is no better way to learn than to write the letters yourself. It's a good idea to keep a notebook with the new letters and words we'll learn in each lesson. Have you ever heard the Russian phrase "Кто там"? In the next Alphabet Made Easy lesson, you'll learn what it means and most of all, how to write it. See you there! Пока-пока! Здравствуйте! Я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com's Alphabet Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the last lesson, we learned two letters, A and K. These letters are true friends, meaning that they look and sound like their English counterparts. In this lesson, we'll continue our study of the Russian alphabet by learning the three remaining true friends. Ready to go? Well then, let's get started. In this lesson, we'll learn these three letters. Because these are true friends, we know that they are going to look and sound like English letters. Our first true friend of the lesson is M. And yep, it makes an M sound. While some Russian letters do change their sound, M is always pronounced this way. Notice how the upper and lowercase printed versions are identical except for the size, unlike the English M. As we mentioned in the last lesson, you will see the print form on menus, packages, and maps, so you better learn to read them. Let's write them now. Remember, we are writing the printed forms just for practice. You won't see the printed forms written like this in Russian. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. Now that we've seen the printed forms of M, let's take a look at how to write it by hand. The cursive uppercase M looks like this. It's much sharper than the English cursive, but very easy to write. Lowercase m is exactly the same as uppercase, but just a little smaller. Also, when lowercase m comes after another letter, we add a small hook on the left. We'll cover it more when we practice writing some full words. Now we'll write them. Uppercase M is a single stroke, so you can connect easily to the next letter without lifting your pen or pencil. That's all there is to M. Let's move on. The second letter you learn in this lesson is another true friend, O. As you can guess, Russian O is the same as English O, and in printed form it's almost identical. It is usually pronounced as O. Sometimes it sounds like A. In later lessons, I'll tell you more about when and why the pronunciation changes. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. It's cursive time. If you know how to write a cursive O in English, this shouldn't be a problem for you. O is a single stroke, so you can connect easily to the next letter without lifting your pen or pencil. As for the lowercase o, it's exactly the same but slightly smaller. Both the lower and uppercase versions connect to the next letter from the bottom. Now let's finish up this lesson with our very last true friend, Oh. Our final true friend is the letter T. The Russian T acts just like the T in English. In the printed version, both the upper and lowercase letters look like uppercase English T's, but with the different sizes. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. As for the cursive versions, this one is a bit more difficult. The uppercase version looks like this. As you can see, it's not similar to the printed form or English cursive styles. If you thought uppercase was difficult, well, sorry, lowercase t is no easier. It looks a lot like a handwritten English M. If you get confused between the handwritten T and M in Russian, just remember that M is pointy and sharp, like mountains. Once you practice writing these a few times, they won't seem so difficult. T consists of 4 separate strokes, and you pick up your pen before writing the next letter. And the lowercase. Okay, well done! I think you're ready to learn some new words. Can you read it? It's pronounced tam. This is the word for there in Russian. Now let's practice writing it. We'll start with the T, move smoothly into the A, and then finish it off with that mountainous M. Remember how I said that M gets a little hook when it follows another letter? Well, here it is. Why do we have it? Many Russian cursive letters look similar, so we have to use a hook before M to show that we are writing a new letter. Getting tired yet? I think you can handle another new word. Can you read it? It's pronounced kto. You just learned the word for who in Russian. Time to write it. Let's start out with a ka, transition to a nice rounded T, and finish it up with o. Let's take it one step further. We are going to combine the last 2 words and write a very useful phrase, kto tam. It means who's there? You can use it when somebody knocks on your door. Start with kto, except with a capital K this time. Now follow it up with tam. Don't forget the hook. And of course we'll end the question with a question mark. It's done. Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. Be sure to add kto and tam to your notebook. We'll add new words in every lesson, and by the end of the series you will have a very useful collection of words that you wrote yourself. Well, we met the last of our true friends today, and that means we'll be entering some slightly more sinister waters in the next lesson. But it also means you will be able to expand your vocabulary with more words, including the Russian word for no. We'll learn that and much more in the next lesson of RussianPod101.com's Alphabet Made Easy. Пока-пока! Здравствуйте! Я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com's Alphabet Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the first two lessons, we covered the true friends in the Russian alphabet. Now we are going to take a look at some slightly more difficult Russian letters, the false friends. While true friends look and sound like their English counterparts, false friends look like English letters but sound completely different. Ready to go? Let's get started. In this lesson, we'll learn how to read and write two false friends in both printed and cursive forms. Our first letter is Y. You really want this letter to make an E sound, don't you? Even the upper and lower cases are the same as the English. This letter, however, sounds like Y and sometimes E. In later lessons, we'll tell you more about when and why the pronunciation changes. While Y is a false friend, at least it's not trying to deceive you too much. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. Now let's take a look at how to write it in cursive. The cursive version of uppercase Y looks like this. It's nearly identical to the English cursive and easy to write. Y is a single stroke, so you can continue with the next letter after the uppercase without lifting your pen or pencil. Now let's take a look at the lowercase handwritten Y. Again, it's similar to the English cursive, but in Russian, their starting point isn't from the bottom. Now we'll write them. And the lowercase. For both the upper and lowercase versions, it's easy to connect to the next letter. The second false friend we'll learn in this lesson is N. As you can see, it looks exactly like an English H. But of course it doesn't sound like one. It's actually pronounced like the English N. You could always rotate the middle line in your head to make them into N's. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. Now let's take a look at how to write N in cursive. The uppercase version looks like this. As you can see, the cursive version of N is very different from the printed version and is written in a single stroke that ends at the bottom rather than the top. As for the lowercase, it's a little bit different. Handwriting time. And the lowercase. That's all for new letters in this lesson. So let's practice writing these letters in some new words. First up is something you'll need to use every day, and probably already know. Try sounding it out. Did you guess нет? If so, great job! You may have already known this word before you watched this lesson, but I'll bet you haven't written it before, so let's do it now. Let's make this an exclamation. Нет. So we'll start with an uppercase N, followed by a lowercase y and t. Then we'll polish it off with an exclamation point. Нет. Are you ready to stop? Нет? I knew it. We'll learn two more words that are very important and that you will hear all the time. Try reading them out loud. Did you say on? Great. What about она? Probably not, huh? Here you can hear how O can be pronounced as both O and A. Again, we'll talk later about why this happens. On is the male personal pronoun, the Russian equivalent of he, and она is the word for she. Pretty useful. Now let's try writing them. Let's start on with a nice O and transition smoothly into the N. Great! Now let's write Ana. Start with the O again, then make a beautiful N and finish it out with an A. Nice work! Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. You may notice that there are some pretty big differences between Russian and English cursive styles. Russian cursive is much more common and more complicated. But it's fun, and you'll really be able to impress your Russian friends with your beautiful penmanship. One structural difference between Russian and English cursive styles is their starting and ending points of letters. In English, letters usually start from the bottom of the writing line. But in Russian, all lowercase letters start slightly above the line. This gives the Russian script a much different look and is part of the reason that some letters have hooks. Well, that's all for this lesson. We'll continue next time with a few more false friends. We'll learn some very useful letters to write common words like "and" in Russian. We'll learn that and much more in the next Alphavit Made Easy lesson. Пока-пока! Здравствуйте! Я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com's Alphavit Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the previous lesson, we introduced our first group of false friends, Russian letters that look like letters of the English alphabet but have completely different sounds. The first false friends that we learned were ye and n. Do you remember how to write them? What about the true friends from the first two lessons? Make sure that you feel confident about the characters from past lessons before moving on. In this lesson, we'll continue by learning two more false friends. After that, we'll learn a few more words to add to your notebook. Ready? Let's go! Our first letter is V. It looks identical to the English uppercase B, right? But the Russian V, as you have probably guessed, does not sound like B at all. It sounds like the English V, but a little bit harder. Listen to the pronunciation carefully. V. This letter is almost always pronounced in this way, but it can sometimes sound like a F when it comes at the end of the word. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. The cursive uppercase V looks like this. It's nearly identical to the cursive B in English and should be easy to write. V is a single stroke, so you can easily connect it to the next letter after the uppercase without lifting your pen or pencil. Again, the lowercase v is similar to the English cursive, but the Russian V has a larger upper loop than the English B. Remember that in Russian, the starting point isn't from the bottom of the line. Now we'll write them. And the lowercase. The second letter we'll learn in this lesson is another you'll recognize by sight, R. As you can see, it looks exactly like the English P, except that it doesn't dip beneath the line as far as the lowercase p in English. This letter is difficult to pronounce for some native English speakers. It's like the Spanish R, but not quite as continuous. R. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. Now let's take a look at how to write R in cursive. The uppercase version looks like this. As you can see, the cursive version of R is quite different than in English, and is written in 2 strokes. Please note that the lowercase r does not make a closed circle the same way as a lowercase cursive p in English. Handwriting time. And the lowercase. We'll continue learning more letters next time, but for now, let's practice using these letters in some new words. First up is a word that uses both of our new letters. Try reading it aloud. Did you say Venera? If you didn't, that's okay. Here we can see how ye can be pronounced as either e or ye. Venera is a Russian name for the planet Venus, and it's also a girl's name. Now try writing it. Let's start with an uppercase V. Venera. Great job! Now let's try writing a sentence. We'll combine a word from the previous lesson with a new word to make a sentence that hopefully you will never need to use. Try reading it. Hopefully you read on vor. This means he's a thief in Russian. If someone snatches your purse or steals your wallet, you'll be glad you learned this sentence. Now let's try writing it by hand. Since it's a sentence, we'll start out with an uppercase O. On vor. Make sure that your connections are smooth and fluid. Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. Your handwriting is like a signature, and no two peoples are the same. When you see actual Russian handwriting, you may notice that sometimes people write letters in different ways. You'll notice a lot of people don't connect letters properly to the next one. Other people mix print-style letters with cursive letters. However, if you learn cursive properly, you will certainly impress your Russian friends and be able to understand almost anyone's handwriting. Good luck! That's it for this lesson. Today you moved from writing single words into sentences. In the next Alphavit Made Easy lesson, we'll be back to meet the last of our false friends, and then it's on to uncharted territory. Пока-пока! Здравствуйте! Я Svetlana. Welcome to RussianPod101.com. Alphavit Made Easy. The fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the previous lesson, we continued introducing some false friends. Russian letters that look like letters of the English alphabet but sound completely different. We've already learned several, but do you remember how to read and write them? Taking the time to review the lessons will be the key to learning how to write in Russian. In this lesson, we'll finish up with our false friends. Then we'll learn a few more words for you to add to your notebook. Ready to learn? Then let's go! Our first letter is S. It looks identical to the English upper and lowercase c, right? Of course, the Russian S does not sound like the English C, although I guess sometimes it does. I mean, the English C can sometimes make an S sound, so it's kind of like a mostly false friend, right? Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. The cursive uppercase S looks like this. It's similar to the English cursive C, but thankfully it's a bit simpler than most Russian letters. Uppercase S is a single stroke which connects easily to the next letter without lifting your pen or pencil. As for the lowercase s, it's identical to the uppercase except for its size. Now we'll write them. And the lowercase. The second letter we'll learn in this lesson looks pretty familiar. U. As you can see, it looks similar to an English Y, with just small differences. Of course, it doesn't sound like Y at all, but at least it's easy to pronounce. U makes an U sound 100% of the time. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. Now let's take a look at how to write U in cursive. The uppercase version looks like this. As you can see, the cursive version of U looks similar to the English Y. It's written in a single stroke and connects easily to the next letter. While the uppercase version does not dip below the line, the lowercase version does. Now it's time to write it. And the lowercase. Let's learn one more letter. The third letter we learn in this lesson should look pretty familiar too. Ha. As you can see, it looks identical to the English X, but of course it doesn't sound like X. Actually, this will be a new sound for most English speakers. Ha makes a harder H sound, H. Ha makes this sound 100% of the time. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. As you can see, the cursive version of Ha is not at all similar to the cursive version of the English X. It's written in 2 strokes and connects easily to the next letter. Lowercase Ha looks exactly like the uppercase version, but just a little smaller. Let's write it. And the lowercase. And that's all! Wow! Great job today! We finally met the last of our false friends. We'll continue learning more letters in the next lesson. But for now, let's practice using these letters in some new words. First up is a word that uses 2 of our new letters. Try reading it aloud. It should be easy. It's pronounced сахар and means sugar. Russians love tea with sugar, so we'll see this word a lot. Now let's try writing it. We'll use lowercase letters. Сахар. Now let's try writing 2 sentences. As you know from a previous lesson, on means he. Turk means Turk, as in someone from Turkey. So the first sentence means he is Turkish. In the second sentence, we see есть, which is an important word meaning eats. And halva is a popular sweet in Russia, originally from the Middle East. In English, it's called halva. The second sentence means he is eating halva. Now let's try to write it. We'll start each sentence properly with an uppercase letter. Он турок. Он ест халву. Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. You probably realized this, but the order we're learning the alphabet is not actually the correct order. We're using this order because it's easier to learn. But just be aware that it's not the way Russian children learn it, or how a Russian would recite the alphabet. In the next Alphabet Made Easy lesson, we'll be introducing some interesting new letters that are going to be completely unfamiliar to you. Are you excited yet? Пока-пока! Здравствуйте! Я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com's Alphabet Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the last lesson, we met the last of our false friends, the Russian letters that look like letters of the English alphabet but sound different. I hope you remember how to read and write them all. If you've been practicing, I'm sure you're doing a great job. In this lesson, we'll learn a new category of Russian letters. New friends. New friends are letters that don't look like English letters but have sounds that can be found in English. That means that they should all be very easy to pronounce. Ready to learn? Then let's go! Our first new friend is B. This is the first truly new-looking letter for English speakers. Although it looks new, it should sound quite familiar. B is pronounced just like the English B. As you can see though, the upper and lower case look very different. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. The cursive uppercase B looks like this. It has two strokes and continues to the next letter after the lower stroke. The lowercase is quite different from the uppercase, and you have to lift your pen at the end. This makes lowercase b the only letter which does not connect smoothly to the following letter. Now we'll write them. And the lowercase. Let's move on to another new friend. The second letter in this lesson looks like a rotated uppercase L in English. G. While it may look strange, G has a pretty familiar sound. G functions in the same way as the English G, and almost always makes a hard G sound. Sometimes it can sound like V, but only in rare cases. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. Now let's take a look at how to write G in cursive. The uppercase version looks like this. As you can see, the cursive version of G looks kind of like the uppercase T in English. It's written in two strokes and connects to the next letter by swinging back around. Now let's take a look at the lowercase cursive G. Lowercase g is a lot trickier because it looks nothing like the printed version. On its own, it's written like this, but when connected to the preceding letter, it looks a lot more natural. Handwriting time. And the lowercase. That's it for our new friends today. We'll continue learning more letters next lesson. But for now, let's practice using these letters in some new words. First up is a word that uses both of our new letters. Try reading it aloud. I hope you could successfully read this as Bog. It's a very important word for many Russian people. It means God. Let's write it. Bog. Next is a somewhat funny phrase, with two grammatically correct sentences. We already know some of these words. Hopefully remember that on and jest mean he and its. Begemoth is similar to the English word behemoth, but in Russian it also means hippopotamus. Travу means grass. So these sentences can be translated as it's a hippopotamus, it's eating grass. Now that we understand it, let's try writing it by hand. Он бегемот. Он ест траву. Let's start with an uppercase O. Also remember that lowercase b does not connect directly to the next letter. Be careful not to confuse the lowercase m and t. Give it your best shot. Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. Are you familiar with Greek letters? Maybe you remember them from high school or college. If so, you've probably recognized a great deal of these Russian letters. The Cyrillic alphabet was originally derived from Greek letters, so many of them bear close resemblance even today. That just about wraps it up for this lesson. Next time I'll introduce some more new friends. I hope you're excited. See you in the next Alphavit Made Easy lesson. Пока-пока! Здравствуйте! Я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com. Alphavit Made Easy. The fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the last lesson, we met several new friends and started using B and G. If you're watching this lesson, that means you're feeling comfortable with those and ready for a new challenge. In this lesson, we'll continue with the new friends category. Remember, these are letters that don't look like English letters, but have sounds that can be found in English. Our first new friend is D. Maybe you recognize this letter from a James Bond movie, or maybe you've seen da spelled out before. If you have, you probably realize that D is pronounced just like the English D. In printed form, size is the only difference between the uppercase and lowercase letters. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. Now we'll look at the cursive versions. English speakers will be happy to see that the cursive uppercase D looks pretty similar to an uppercase D. What a nice new friend! While it's written in a slightly different way, it should be easy to recognize. It's written in one stroke and you have to pick up your pen to begin the next letter. Unfortunately, D isn't such a nice friend when it comes to the lowercase. It looks just like a lowercase English G. This means you should have no problem writing it, but it's easy to accidentally read it as a G. Now we'll write them. And the lowercase. Let's move on to another new friend. The second letter we'll learn in this lesson looks like the number 3. Z. While it may look strange, Z has a pretty familiar sound. Z always makes a Z sound, and despite how it looks, it sounds exactly like the English Z. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. Now let's take a look at how to write Z by hand. Uppercase Z is pretty similar to the printed version. It's one stroke, but we have to pick up our pen before moving on to the next letter. The lowercase is where it gets interesting. Remember learning cursive in elementary school? If you remember how to write the lowercase z, then you'll be happy to see the cursive z is strikingly similar. Now it's time to write it. And the lowercase. Okay, that's it for our new friends in this lesson. Now it's time to bring everything together in order to write some new words. First up is a very common word that you'll use when talking about your plans. Can you read it by yourself? It's завтра. You're forgiven if you said zamra. The cursive T looks a lot like an English M. Now try to write it yourself. Завтра. The next word is a fun one. Let's see if you can read it. Did you read it as Дед Мороз? It can be tricky to know when O is O and when it's A, but we'll talk more about that in a later lesson. Дед Мороз is the Russian Santa Claus. So let's try writing it. Both Дед and Мороз should start with uppercase letters. Дед Мороз. Remember that after the uppercase D, you have to pick up your pen to start the next letter. M, on the other hand, connects easily to the next letter. Nice job! Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. You may have noticed that some uppercase letters like D don't seem to be connecting very well. This happens with many uppercase letters in Russian. In these situations, you have the choice of either letting the letter stand alone and starting from the next lowercase letter, or adding a little connecting tail to the uppercase letter. However, when writing, most people don't connect D, V, and other difficult to connect uppercase letters. That's it for this lesson. Next time we'll continue to introduce more new friends. See you in the next Alphavit Made Easy lesson. Пока-пока! Здравствуйте, я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com. Alphavit Made Easy. The fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the last lesson, we met two more new friends, D and Z. I hope you remember how to read and write them. In this lesson, we'll continue with the new friends category. Our first new friend is E. Because it's just a backwards English N, E really isn't that scary. As its name implies, E is pronounced just like the hard English E. In printed form, size is the only difference between the upper and lowercase versions. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. E isn't such a nice friend when it comes to the cursive letter. It looks similar to the cursive English U, and not very much like the printed version. With a little practice, you shouldn't have as much trouble recognizing and writing it. It is written in one stroke and connects easily to the next letter. Again, the lowercase version looks similar to an English U, so hopefully this means it should be easy to write. Just remember that in Russian, a Y-looking letter sounds like U, and a U-looking letter sounds like E. Now we'll write them. and the lowercase. Let's move on to another new friend. The second letter we'll learn in this lesson might look like a pair of opposing legs. L. While it may look strange, L has a pretty familiar sound. L. Despite how it looks, it sounds exactly like the English L. Here's how to write the printed versions. These can be written in two ways. And the lowercase. In cursive, uppercase L is pretty easy to write, even though it looks quite different from the printed version. It's one stroke and we don't have to pick up our pen before connecting to the next letter. Now, the lowercase is where it gets interesting. When on its own, L looks the same as the uppercase, but smaller. But remember the Russian M. It has a hook on the left when it follows other letters. L is exactly the same, so it looks like this when it comes after another letter. Time to write it for yourself. And the lowercase. Okay, that's it for our new friends in this lesson. Now it's time to expand your Russian vocabulary. First up is a word that uses both of our new letters, and is very easy. Pronounced ili. This is a pretty common word that means or. So on или она means he or she. Writing it isn't too complicated either, so try writing this one with all lowercase letters. Или. Good! Next up is an incredibly important question that uses L. Try reading it aloud. Как дела? Как was our first word, and you must remember that it means how. Дела is kind of like things or activities, but when we use it here, it means how are things or how are you? Got it? Then try to write it. Remember to start with an uppercase letter. Как дела? Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. We've finished 8 lessons, and you already learned more than half of the Russian letters. Are you feeling more confident yet? If not, just look through a Russian text, a book, website, or whatever, and see how many letters you now recognize. It's fun when you start to recognize something that used to be incomprehensible. That's it for this lesson. Consider this. You're lost and don't know where to go. But you haven't learned how to say where in Russian yet. You'll learn how to say that, but more importantly, how to write it in the next Alphavit Made Easy lesson. Пока-пока! Здравствуйте, я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com. Alphavit Made Easy. The fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the last lesson, we learned 2 more new friends, E and L. Do you remember them? In this lesson, we'll finish up the new friends. Let's start. Our first new friend is P. If you remember pi from your math lessons, it might help you to remember how this letter looks and how it sounds. P is pronounced just like the English P. In printed form, size is the only difference between the upper and lowercase versions. Here's the uppercase. And the lowercase. Here are the cursive versions. If you remember the uppercase T, this will look very familiar, but with 2 vertical strokes instead of 3. It may be confusing because the lowercase version looks similar to an English N. Just remember that in Russian, a lowercase n looking letter sounds like P, and a P looking letter sounds like R. Now we'll write them. And the lowercase. Let's move on to another new friend. The second letter we'll learn in this lesson looks like a popsicle. While it may look strange, F has a pretty familiar sound. F makes a F sound, and despite its look, it's exactly like the English F. In printed form, size is the only difference between the upper and lowercase versions. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. Uppercase F is a bit difficult to write. People write this in different ways, but we will be learning how to write it in 3 strokes. First, write the stem, then add the left and right sides, and connect to the next letter from the bottom. The lowercase is also interesting. It looks similar to the uppercase except for how it dips beneath the line. Think of it as a lowercase English P, but with 2 faces. Again, this can be written in a few ways, but here we'll write it in 2 strokes. Handwriting time. And the lowercase. We have one more new friend to introduce. E. This one is particularly strange looking, but E has a pretty familiar sound. E makes the sound we hear in mat, bat, or hat. In printed form, size is the only difference between the upper and lowercase versions. Here's how to write the printed versions. And the lowercase. Uppercase E is pretty easy to write, and because it looks quite similar to the printed version, it's also easy to read. It's written in 2 strokes. The lowercase is also easy. Lowercase e looks like this, very similar to the uppercase. Again, this is written in 2 strokes. Note that you have to pick up your pen before starting the next letter. Time to write it yourself. And the lowercase. Wow, that's all for the new friends. We've learned so many letters. Now let's take a look at some example sentences that we can write. First up is a phrase that introduces 2 very important new words. Try reading it aloud. We read this, "Это собака." Remember how O can be pronounced as a soft A? In this case, we pronounce both O's as A. Это is an extremely important word. It means this is. You will hear this word constantly in Russian. Собака is also pretty important. It means dog. So the whole phrase means this is a dog. Now let's try writing it by hand. Это собака. Now let's move on to something bigger and better. No more dogs. We read this phrase as «Где эта фабрика?» В Петербурге. Let's go over the words. «Где» means where, and «эта фабрика» means the factory. So the question is, where is the factory? For the answer we responded «В Петербурге», which means in St. Petersburg. Where is the factory? In St. Petersburg. Let's write this. Где эта фабрика? В Петербурге. In the next lesson, we'll review all the letters we've learned so far and introduce a few new words and phrases. I hope you're excited. See you in the next Alphavit Made Easy lesson. Пока-пока! Здравствуйте, я Светлана. Welcome to RussianPod101.com's Alphavit Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, the alphabet. In the first 9 lessons, you learned 21 of the 33 Russian letters. We're 2/3 through the alphabet and halfway through this series. Today we're going to take a break from learning new letters and instead focus on reviewing the ones you've already learned. Then you learn how to write some more sentences. First, we'll review the true friends. It may have been a while, but do you remember them? They are the ones that look and sound like English letters. They should all look familiar, but let's review. First, we had A, then K, then M, and O, and finally T. Are you feeling confident with those letters? Now's the chance to go back to an old lesson and review. No? Then let's now review the false friends. As you remember, these are Russian letters that look like English letters but have much different pronunciations. There were 7 of these. First we learned Y, then N, and V. After that we had R, and then S, U, and finally H. Alright, moving forward and into slightly more difficult territory, we had the new friends, which don't look like English letters at all, but have familiar English sounds. There were 9 of those. First up was B, and G, then D, and Z. After that, E, and L, and then P, then F, and finally E. Wow, you've learned a lot of letters, and you can write a lot of words with them too. Let's write some more. Here we have a simple exchange. Try reading it aloud to yourself. Кто она? Она Екатерина. Откуда она? Она из России. You probably already recognize a lot of the words. You know that кто она means who is she. You might also guess that Она Екатерина means she is Catherine. Екатерина is the Russian form of Catherine. The question откуда она introduces a new word. Откуда, which means from where. So this line translates to where is she from? Lastly, из России means from Russia. Из means from, and Россия is a grammatical form of Россия, the Russian name for Russia. Let's go ahead and practice writing out this dialect line by line. Кто она? Она Екатерина. Откуда она? Она из России. Let's try another example. This one should be fun. First, try sounding out the words. Спасибо за внимание. Maybe you heard спасибо before. It means thank you. Next we have за, which means for, and внимание, which means attention. So this phrase is the Russian equivalent of thanks for your attention. You'll often hear this at the end of a presentation or speech. But another place you'll see внимание is on warning signs. Now let's practice writing this phrase by hand. Спасибо за внимание. Now it's time for Svetlana's insights. If you're in Russia, try and read signs around you. If that's not possible, by picking up a Russian book or newspaper, you'll have a great opportunity to start recognizing the letters in a real-world setting. If you're up for a real challenge, try and read people's handwriting. That's all for the review. No more friends for you. From the next lesson, we'll meet the strangers, the most foreign of the Russian letters for English learners. We'll learn that and much more in the next Alphavit Made Easy lesson. Пока-пока!
Hi everybody, my name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is незначительный, insignificant, незначительный, незначительный, insignificant, незначительное количество, insignificant amount, незначительное количество, известный, famous, известный, известный, famous, известный актер, famous actor, известный актер, чихать, sneeze, чихать, чихать, sneeze, женщина чихает, the woman is sneezing, женщина чихает, повседневный, casual, повседневный, повседневный, casual, повседневная одежда, casual clothing, повседневная одежда, гитара, guitar, гитара, гитара, guitar, шестиструнная гитара, 6-string guitar. Шестиструнная гитара. Дышать. Breathe. Дышать. Дышать. Breathe. Глубоко дышать. Breathe deeply. Глубоко дышать. Плевать. Spit. Плевать. Плевать. Spit. Не плевать. No spitting. Не плевать. Стоматолог. Dentist. Стоматолог. Стоматолог. Dentist. Сходить к стоматологу. See a dentist. Сходить к стоматологу. Кариозная полость. Cavity. Кариозная полость. Кариозная полость. Cavity. Глубокая кариозная полость. Deep cavity. Глубокая кариозная полость. Астма. 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 Ингалятор от астмы. Asthma inhaler. Ингалятор от астмы. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say insignificant? Незначительный. Незначительный. And how to say famous? Известный. Известный. What about sneeze? Чихать. Чихать. Do you remember how to say casual? Повседневный. Повседневный. Let's try guitar. Гитара. Гитара. What about breathe? Дышать. Дышать. Now, let's see if you remember how to say spit. Плевать. Плевать. Another one. What about dentist? Стоматолог. Стоматолог. Do you remember how to say cavity? Кариозная полость. Кариозная полость. And finally, do you remember how to say asthma? Asthma. Asthma. Well done! See you next time! До свидания! Hi everybody! My name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is аллергия. Allergy. Аллергия. Аллергия. Allergy. Аллергия на пыльцу. Allergy to pollen. Аллергия на пыльцу. Посадочный талон. Boarding pass. Посадочный талон. Посадочный талон. Boarding pass. Посадочный талон, пожалуйста. Boarding pass, please. Посадочный талон, пожалуйста. Образование. Education. Образование. Образование. Education. Образование и подготовка. Education and training. Образование и подготовка. Английский язык. English. Английский язык. Английский язык. English. Мистер Судзуки преподает английский язык. Mr. Suzuki teaches English. Мистер Сузуки преподает английский язык. Право. Law. Право. Право. Law. Изучать право. Study law. Изучать право. Флейта. Flute. Флейта. Флейта. Flute. Серебряная флейта. Silver flute. Серебряная флейта. Отдел информационных технологий. IT Department. Отдел информационных технологий. Отдел информационных технологий. IT Department. Позвоните в отдел информационных технологий. Call the IT Department. Позвоните в отдел информационных технологий. Деловая поездка. Business trip. Деловая поездка. Деловая поездка. Business trip. Отправиться в деловую поездку. Go on a business trip. Отправиться в деловую поездку. Маркетинг. Marketing. Маркетинг. Маркетинг. Marketing. Отдел маркетинга. Marketing Department. Отдел маркетинга. Популярный. Popular. Популярный. Популярный. Popular. Популярный человек. Popular man. Популярный человек. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say allergy? Аллергия. Аллергия. And how to say boarding pass? Посадочный талон. Посадочный талон. What about education? Образование. Образование. Do you remember how to say English? Английский язык. Английский язык. Let's try law. Право. Право. What about flute? Флейта. Флейта. Now, let's see if you remember how to say IT department. Отдел информационных технологий. Отдел информационных технологий. Another one. What about business trip? Деловая поездка. Деловая поездка. Do you remember how to say marketing? Маркетинг. Marketing. And finally, do you remember how to say popular? Популярный. Популярный. Well done! See you next time! До свидания! Hi everybody! My name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is бухгалтерский учет. Accounting. Бухгалтерский учет. Бухгалтерский учет. Accounting. Вести бухгалтерский учет. Keep accounting records. Вести бухгалтерский учет. Премия. Bonus. Премия. Премия. Bonus. Годовая премия. Annual bonus. Годовая премия. Легкий. Light. Легкий. Легкий. Light. Легкое перышко. Light feather. Легкое перышко. Тромбон. Trombone. Тромбон. Тромбон. Trombone. Медный тромбон. Brass trombone. Медный тромбон. Отправление. Departure. Отправление. Отправление. Departure. Дата отправления. Departure date. Дата отправления. Прибытие. Arrival. Прибытие. Прибытие. Arrival. Время прибытия. Time of arrival. Время прибытия. Скрипка. Violin. Скрипка. Скрипка. Violin. Играть на скрипке. Play the violin. Играть на скрипке. Наука о Земле. Earth Science. Наука о Земле. Наука о Земле. Earth Science. Исследования в области наук о Земле. Earth Science Research. Исследования в области наук о Земле. Наука. Science. Наука. Наука. Science. Изучение науки. Study of science. Изучение науки. Рецепт. Prescription. Рецепт. Рецепт. Prescription. Отпускать лекарства по рецепту. Fill a prescription. Отпускать лекарства по рецепту. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say accounting? Бухгалтерский учет. Бухгалтерский учет. And how to say bonus. Премия. Премия. What about light? Легкий. Легкий. Do you remember how to say trombone? Тромбон. Тромбон. Let's try departure. Отправление. Отправление. What about arrival? Прибытие. Прибытие. Now, let's see if you remember how to say violin. Скрипка. Скрипка. Another one. What about earth science? Наука о Земле. Наука о Земле. Do you remember how to say science? Наука. Наука. And finally, do you remember how to say prescription? Рецепт. Рецепт. Well done! See you next time! До свидания! Hi everybody! My name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is багаж. Luggage. Багаж. Багаж. Luggage. Путешествовать с багажом. Travel with luggage. Путешествовать с багажом. Бинт. Bandage. Бинт. Бинт. Bandage. Обмотать бинтом. Wrap with bandage. Обмотать бинтом. Пациент. Patient. Пациент. Пациент. Patient. Больной пациент. Sick patient. Больной пациент. Отдел. Department. Отдел. Отдел. Department. Начальник отдела. Department manager. Начальник отдела. Бухгалтер. Accountant. Бухгалтер. Бухгалтер. Accountant. Сертифицированный бухгалтер. Licensed accountant. Сертифицированный бухгалтер. Юрист. Lawyer. Юрист. Юрист. Lawyer. Юрист компании. Company lawyer. Юрист компании. Зарплата. Wage. Зарплата. Зарплата. Wage. Минимальная зарплата. Minimum wage. Минимальная зарплата. Пианино. Piano. Пианино. Пианино. Piano. Играть на пианино. Play the piano. Играть на пианино. Номер рейса. Flight number. Номер рейса. Номер рейса. Flight number. Номер рейса 345. Flight number 345. Номер рейса 345. Сельское хозяйство. Agriculture. Сельское хозяйство. Сельское хозяйство. Agriculture. Сельское хозяйство является важной отраслью каждой страны. Agriculture is an important industry in every country. Сельское хозяйство является важной отраслью каждой страны. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say luggage? Багаж. Багаж. And how to say bandage? Бинт. Бинт. What about patient? Пациент. Пациент. Do you remember how to say department? Отдел. Отдел. Let's try accountant. Бухгалтер. Бухгалтер. What about lawyer? Юрист. Юрист. Now, let's see if you remember how to say wage. Зарплата. Зарплата. Another one. What about piano? Пианино. Pianino. Do you remember how to say flight number? Номер рейса. Номер рейса. And finally, do you remember how to say agriculture? Сельское хозяйство. Сельское хозяйство. Well done! See you next time! До свидания! Hi everybody! My name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started! First is инфекция. Infection. Инфекция. Инфекция. Infection. Кожная инфекция. Skin infection. Кожная инфекция. Грипп. Flu. Грипп. Грипп. Flu. Сезон гриппа. Flu season. Сезон гриппа. Труба. Trumpet. Труба. Труба. Trumpet. Духовая труба. Brass trumpet. Духовая труба. Выход на посадку. Departure gate. Выход на посадку. Выход на посадку. Departure gate. Выход на посадку 43. Departure gate 43. Выход на посадку 43. Социология. Sociology. Социология. Социология. Sociology. Изучение социологии. Study of sociology. Изучение социологии. Steward. Flight attendant. Steward. Steward. Flight attendant. Молодой стюард. Young flight attendant. Молодой стюард. Кресло. Seat. Кресло. Кресло. Seat. Кресло самолета. Airplane seat. Кресло самолета. Медицина. Medicine. Медицина. Медицина. Medicine. Область медицины. Field of medicine. Область медицины. Эконом-класс. Economy class. Эконом-класс. Эконом-класс. Economy class. Билеты в эконом-класс. Economy class tickets. Билеты в эконом-класс. Рейс. Flight. Рейс. Рейс. Flight. Посадочный талон на рейс. Boarding pass for the flight. Посадочный талон на рейс. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say infection? Инфекция. Инфекция. And how to say flu? Грипп. Грипп. What about trumpet? Труба. Труба. Do you remember how to say departure gate? Выход на посадку. Выход на посадку. Let's try sociology. Социология. Социология. What about flight attendant? Steward. Steward. Now, let's see if you remember how to say seat. Кресло. Кресло. Another one. What about medicine? Медицина. Медицина. Do you remember how to say economy class? Эконом-класс. Эконом-класс. And finally, do you remember how to say flight? Рейс. Рейс. Well done! See you next time! До свидания! Hi everybody, my name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is saxophone. 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 Играть на саксофоне. Play the saxophone. Играть на саксофоне. Барабан. Drum. Барабан. Барабан. Drum. Играть на барабане. Play the drums. Играть на барабане. Губная гармошка. Harmonica. Губная гармошка. Губная гармошка. Harmonica. Играть на губной гармошке. Play the harmonica. Играть на губной гармошке. Обслуживание номеров. Room service. Обслуживание номеров. Обслуживание номеров. Room service. Официант осуществляет обслуживание номеров. The waiter is delivering room service. Официант осуществляет обслуживание номеров. Чек. Receipt. Чек. Чек. Receipt. Гостиничный чек. Hotel receipt. Гостиничный чек. Wi-Fi. 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 Wi-Fi маршрутизатор. Wi-Fi router. Wi-Fi маршрутизатор. Мусорное ведро. Garbage pail. Мусорное ведро. Мусорное ведро. Garbage pail. Оставляйте мусорное ведро около обочины каждый вторник, чтобы его опорожнили. Put the garbage pail out by the curb every Tuesday to be emptied. Оставляйте мусорное ведро около обочины каждый вторник, чтобы его опорожнили. Конверт. Envelope. Конверт. Конверт. Envelope. Красный конверт. Red envelope. Красный конверт. Бумага. Paper. Бумага. Бумага. Paper. Клочок бумаги. Piece of paper. Клочок бумаги. Обручиться. Engage. Обручиться. Обручиться. Engage. Вы обручились? Мои поздравления. Are you engaged? Congratulations. Вы обручились? Мои поздравления. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you'll hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say saxophone? Saxophone. Saxophone. And how to say drum? Барабан. Барабан. What about harmonica? Губная гармошка. Губная гармошка. Do you remember how to say room service? Обслуживание номеров. Обслуживание номеров. Let's try receipt. Check. Check. What about Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Now, let's see if you remember how to say garbage pail. Мусорное ведро. Мусорное ведро. Another one. What about envelope? Конверт. Конверт. Do you remember how to say paper? Бумага. Бумага. And finally, do you remember how to say engage? Обручиться. Обручиться. Well done! See you next time! До свидания! Hi everybody, my name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is синтезатор. Keyboard. Синтезатор. Синтезатор. Keyboard. Играть на синтезаторе. Play the keyboard. Играть на синтезаторе. Сыпь. Rush. Сыпь. Сыпь. Rush. Зудящая сыпь. Itchy rush. Зудящая сыпь. Тошнота. Nausea. Тошнота. Тошнота. Nausea. Тошнота и рвота. Nausea and vomiting. Тошнота и рвота. Свободный номер. Vacancy. Свободный номер. Свободный номер. Vacancy. В отеле не было свободных номеров, поэтому нам пришлось спать в машине. There was no vacancy at the hotel, so we had to sleep in our car. В отеле не было свободных номеров, поэтому нам пришлось спать в машине. Пинг-понг. 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 Играть в пинг-понг. Play ping-pong. Играть в пинг-понг. Бег. running. Бег. Бег. Running. Бег на длинную дистанцию. Long distance running. Бег на длинную дистанцию. DVD. 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 Вы можете взять на время книги, CD или DVD-диски в библиотеке. You can borrow books, CDs and DVDs from the library. Вы можете взять на время книги, CD или DVD-диски в библиотеке. Скоба. Staple. Скоба. Скоба. Staple. У меня закончились скобы. I'm out of staples. У меня закончились скобы. Степлер. Stapler. Степлер. Степлер. Stapler. Верни мой степлер. Return my stapler. Верни мой степлер. Жениться. Marry. Жениться. Жениться. Marry. Я хочу на тебе жениться. I want to marry you. Я хочу на тебе жениться. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you'll hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say keyboard? Синтезатор. Синтезатор. And how to say rush? Сыпь. Сыпь. What about nausea? Тошнота. Тошнота. Do you remember how to say vacancy? Свободный номер. Свободный номер. Let's try ping-pong. 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 What about running? Бег. Бег. Now, let's see if you remember how to say DVD. 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 Another one. What about staple? Скоба. Скоба. Do you remember how to say stapler? Stapler. Stapler. And finally, do you remember how to say marry? Жениться. Жениться. Well done! See you next time! До свидания! Hi everybody, my name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is утомление. Fatigue. Утомление. Утомление. Fatigue. Мышечное утомление. Muscle fatigue. Мышечное утомление. Зуд. Itch. Зуд. Зуд. Itch. После укуса комара у меня зуд. After a mosquito bite, I have an itch. После укуса комара у меня зуд. Боль в горле. Sore throat. Боль в горле. Боль в горле. Sore throat. У вас есть какие-нибудь лекарства от боли в горле? Do you have any medicine for a sore throat? У вас есть какие-нибудь лекарства от боли в горле? Бейсбол. 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 Играть в бейсбол. Play baseball. Играть в бейсбол. Хоккей. Ice hockey. Хоккей. Хоккей. Ice hockey. Играть в хоккей. Play ice hockey. Играть в хоккей. Катание на лыжах. Skiing. Катание на лыжах. Катание на лыжах. Skiing. Катание на лыжах по ровной местности. Cross-country skiing. Катание на лыжах по ровной местности. Скрепка. Paperclip. Скрепка. Скрепка. Paperclip. Коробка скрепок. Box of paper clips. Коробка скрепок. Компакт-диск. CD. Компакт-диск. Компакт-диск. CD. Я заказал новый компакт-диск. I ordered a new CD. Я заказал новый компакт-диск. Покупать. Buy. Покупать. Покупать. Buy. Покупать еду. Buy food. Покупать еду. Madrid. 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 Madrid, Испания. Madrid, Spain. Madrid, Испания. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you'll hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say fatigue? Утомление. Утомление. And how to say itch? Зуд. Зуд. What about sore throat? Боль в горле. Боль в горле. Do you remember how to say baseball? Baseball. Baseball. Let's try ice hockey. Хоккей. Хоккей. What about skiing? Катание на лыжах. Катание на лыжах. Now, let's see if you remember how to say paperclip. Скрепка. Скрепка. Another one. What about CD? Компакт-диск. Компакт-диск. Do you remember how to say buy? Покупать. Покупать. And finally, do you remember how to say Madrid? Madrid. Madrid. Well done! See you next time. До свидания! Hi everybody, my name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is насморк. Runny nose. Насморк. Насморк. Runny nose. Иметь насморк. Have a runny nose. Иметь насморк. Страдать от головокружения. Dizzy. Страдать от головокружения. Страдать от головокружения. Dizzy. Я страдаю от головокружения. I feel dizzy. Я страдаю от головокружения. Заложенный нос. Stuffy nose. Заложенный нос. Заложенный нос. Stuffy nose. Заложенный нос вызывает чувство дискомфорта. A stuffy nose causes discomfort. Заложенный нос вызывает чувство дискомфорта. Волейбол. 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 Volleyball. Играть в волейбол. Play volleyball. Играть в волейбол. Гольф. Golf. Гольф. Гольф. Golf. Играть в гольф. Play golf. Играть в гольф. Бокс. Boxing. Бокс. Бокс. Boxing. Мужчина отрабатывает навыки бокса. The man is practicing his boxing skills. Мужчина отрабатывает навыки бокса. Путешествовать. Travel. Путешествовать. Путешествовать. Travel. Путешествовать с багажом. Travel with luggage. Путешествовать с багажом. Окончить. Graduate. Окончить. Окончить. Graduate. Окончить университет. To graduate from the university. Окончить университет. Переезжать. Move. Переезжать. Переезжать. Move. Я только что переехал в Токио. I've just moved to Tokyo. Я только что переехал в Токио. Нью-Дели. 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 Нью-Дели, Индия. Нью-Дели, Индия. Нью-Дели, Индия. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you'll hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say runny nose? Насморк. Насморк. And how to say dizzy? Страдать от головокружения. Страдать от головокружения. What about stuffy nose? Заложенный нос. Заложенный нос. Do you remember how to say volleyball? Волейбол. Волейбол. Let's try golf. Гольф. Гольф. What about boxing? Box. Box. Now, let's see if you remember how to say travel. Путешествовать. Путешествовать. Another one. What about graduate? Окончить. Окончить. Do you remember how to say move? Переезжать. Переезжать. And finally, do you remember how to say New Delhi? New Delhi. New Delhi. Well done! See you next time. До свидания! Hi everybody, my name is Katya. Welcome to the 2000 Core Russian Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is vestibule, lobby, vestibule, vestibule, lobby, vestibule отеля, hotel lobby, vestibule отеля, услуга будильник, wake up service, услуга будильник, услуга будильник, wake up service. Я использовал услугу будильник, чтобы меня разбудили телефонным звонком в 6 утра. I used the wake up service to call me at 6 o'clock a.m. Я использовал услугу будильник, чтобы меня разбудили телефонным звонком в 6 утра. Номер люкс. Suite. Номер люкс. Номер люкс. Suite. Номер люкс в отеле. Hotel suite. Номер люкс в отеле. Велоспорт. Cycling. Велоспорт. Велоспорт. Cycling. Я занимаюсь велоспортом. I do cycling. Я занимаюсь велоспортом. Автогонка. Auto racing. Автогонка. Автогонка. Auto racing. Правила автогонки. Auto racing rules. Правила автогонки. Скотч. Scotch tape. Скотч. Скотч. Scotch tape. Рулон скотча. Roll of scotch tape. Рулон скотча. Родиться. Be born. Родиться. Родиться. Be born. Я родился в 1980 году. I was born in 1980. Я родился в 1980 году. Устроиться на работу. Get a job. Устроиться на работу. Устроиться на работу. Get a job. Мой брат наконец-то устроился на работу. My brother finally got a job. Мой брат наконец-то устроился на работу. Умирать. Die. Умирать. Умирать. Die. Умирать от болезни. Die of an illness. Умирать от болезни. Токио. Tokyo. Токио. Токио. Tokyo. Город Токио, Япония. City of Tokyo, Japan. Город Токио, Япония. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you'll hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Russian, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say lobby? Vestibule. Vestibule. And how to say wake-up service? Услуга будильник. Услуга будильник. What about suite? Номер люкс. Номер люкс. Do you remember how to say cycling? Велоспорт. Велоспорт. Let's try auto racing. Автогонка. Автогонка. What about scotch tape? Scotch. Scotch. Now let's see if you remember how to say be born. Родиться. Родиться. Another one. What about get a job? Устроиться на работу. Устроиться на работу. Do you remember how to say die? Умирать. Умирать. And finally, do you remember how to say Tokyo? Tokyo. Tokyo. Well done! See you next time! До свидания!
Welcome to RussianPod101.coms. Русский язык за 3 минуты. The fastest, easiest and the most fun way to learn Russian. Привет, меня зовут Светлана. Очень приятно. Hi, I'm Svetlana. Nice to meet you. In this series, we're going to learn basic Russian expressions. It's super easy and it takes only 3 minutes. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to introduce yourself in Russian. There are a few ways to do so, depending on how formal you want to be. Let's first take a look at an informal way to introduce yourself in Russian. It's very short and simple. Привет, меня зовут Светлана. Очень приятно. Hi, I'm Svetlana. Nice to meet you. Привет, меня зовут Светлана. Очень приятно. Start with the greeting «Привет». Then you introduce yourself by saying «Меня зовут» and then your name «Меня зовут Светлана». Finally say «Nice to meet you». The simplified and very casual phrase for it is «Очень приятно». The whole phrase will be «Привет, меня зовут Светлана. Очень приятно». Now let's take a look at more formal version for greeting and self-introduction. It's a bit longer than the previous one. You ready? Here we go. Здравствуйте, меня зовут Светлана. Приятно познакомиться. Hello, my name is Svetlana. It's a pleasure to meet you. Здравствуйте, меня зовут Светлана. Приятно познакомиться. What has changed from the previous introduction? Let's take a closer look at these together. First, we changed the greeting word «привет» to «здравствуйте». It's very formal and official greeting which can be used any time of the day, morning, afternoon, evening, or even at night. Luckily, the phrase you use to introduce your name stays the same. Меня зовут Светлана. Next, after giving your name, you say «приятно познакомиться». It's more formal, but can be used in informal greeting as well. It literally means it's a pleasure to meet you. Once more, the formal way to introduce yourself is «Здравствуйте, меня зовут Светлана. Приятно познакомиться». In the sentence «Меня зовут Светлана», «меня» is myself, and «зовут» is to be called. So the literal translation is I'm called Svetlana. Unlike English, where I would say my name is Svetlana, in Russian we basically say somebody calls me Svetlana. Interesting, huh? Now it's time for Svetlana's tips. It's common to shake hands both when you greet somebody and leave them in Russia. Handshaking is more common for men, but women also practice it a lot lately. And don't forget direct eye contact. It's very important in Russia. Good friends usually give hugs and kiss each other on the cheeks 3 times. In the last lesson, we learned how to introduce ourselves in Russian. Today we are going to learn how to use good manners as we thank people. Готовы? Are you ready? Поехали! Then let's start. There are several ways to thank people. Let's start with the most common phrase спасибо. Спасибо. Спасибо means thank you. To say thank you very much, you just need to add большое. Большое спасибо. Большое спасибо. Большое means big. In context, большое спасибо literally means big thanks. So when someone thanks you, how should you answer? There are several ways to respond to this phrase. One which is fairly close in translation to the English phrase "you're welcome" is «пожалуйста». It's very common in Russia, but we also use another phrase quite often, «не за что», which means not at all. The word «пожалуйста» means something like please in English. Пожалуйста. In English, it sounds a little bit strange to say please when somebody thanks you, right? But by using this word, you're indicating that you are pleased to be helpful. «Не за что» means more or less the same thing as «пожалуйста», but offers a little more courtesy. Say «не за что». «Не за что». One which is fairly close in translation to the English phrase «you're welcome» is «пожалуйста». It's very common in Russia, but we also use another phrase quite often, «не за что», which means not at all. Now it's time for Svetlana's tips. When saying thank you in Russia, body language is very important. Спасибо is the universal word and can be used in both formal and informal cases. You can make it sound more formal just by changing your intonation, like this. Спасибо. Friends usually act more openly and even slap each other on the shoulder. In any case, it's very important that your thanks be accompanied with smile and again, direct eye contact. Спасибо. In the last lesson, we learned how to express gratitude with спасибо. In this lesson, we'll learn some of the most common greetings you'll use in Russian. Готовы? Are you ready? Поехали! Let's start. The most used informal greeting is привет. Привет. Привет means hi or hello. We use this greeting when we meet friends, cousins, or close relatives. Please keep in mind that it's a very informal greeting. If you're not close to someone or he or she is older than you, you should not use this word. Here's a more formal way to greet people. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. This is a very formal greeting that can be used any time of the day. As a variation, здравствуй can also be used. This is still a little casual, but much more formal than привет. Здравствуйте is actually a variation of здраво желаю, meaning I wish you health. So здравствуйте literally means I wish you to be healthy.
Здравствуй.
Russian also has equivalents to the English good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. They are доброе утро, добрый день, добрый вечер. They are similar to здравствуйте in politeness and formality. However, remember to use them at the proper time depending on whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening. Доброе утро, which means good morning, is usually used before 12 p.m. Доброе утро. The word добрый means kind. Russians don't say good morning, they say kind morning. The word утро means morning. So literally this phrase means kind morning to you. Very sweet. Добрый день can either mean good afternoon or good day. Since the word здравствуйте can be used at any time of the day, we will hear it more than добрый день. But it's still a phrase you should learn. Добрый день. The final greeting is добрый вечер, and we usually use it after 6 p.m. The word вечер literally means evening. Kind evening to you. Добрый вечер. Very easy, right? The usual way to say goodbye in almost any situation is до свидания, which literally means till the next meeting. До свидания. If you're on casual terms with somebody, you may also use пока, which means bye or see you later. Пока. The phrase you use when leaving someone in the evening or just before bed is спокойной ночи. This phrase works both for formal and informal situations. Спокойной ночи. You can now greet people in many different ways in Russia. Congratulations! Now it's time for Svetlana's tips. As I mentioned in our first lesson, Russians commonly greet each other by shaking hands or slightly nodding the head. What I want to add to this is that Russians are very superstitious people, so we never shake hands over the threshold between rooms. It's considered to be unlucky. So always go into the room first before shaking hands. Women usually kiss each other on the cheek 3 times, starting with the left cheek. Men hug and pat each other's backs. In the last lesson, we learned the most common forms of greetings in Russian. Do you remember them? In this lesson, we are going to learn a very useful phrase. Do you speak English? If you find yourself in a situation when you need assistance in English, this phrase can be a lifesaver. And because you're asking it in Russian, you can be sure that everyone will understand what you are saying, even if the answer is no. Here's the informal way to say it. Ты говоришь по-английски? Ты говоришь по-английски? In Russian, verbs change depending on the pronoun that is used. The pronoun ты is the singular you in English. It is a very informal way to address people. Don't use it with complete strangers, especially if the person is older than you. I don't recommend that you use it during formal gatherings either, such as business meetings, conferences, and so on. The verb говоришь means speak in English. As I already mentioned, verbs usually change in Russian, according to the pronoun and time. The original form for the verb говоришь is говорить. To learn how to properly conjugate Russian verbs like говорить, please take a look at our Absolute Beginner series on RussianPod101.com. You can find very detailed grammar lessons and resources there. To make this sentence a question, we don't need to change the word order or anything like that. All we need is to change our intonation. You speak English is Ты говоришь по-английски. But do you speak English is Ты говоришь по-английски? A more polite way to ask this question in Russian is to use the pronoun вы, which is translated in English as the plural you. Remember, as we change the pronoun, we also need to conjugate the verb to match it. Говорить is conjugated to говорите. So the whole phrase in Russian will be Вы говорите по-английски? Вы говорите по-английски? The phrase по-английски stays the same. And you probably have already understood the meaning, right? It means in English. Very easy. By adding извините, excuse me, you make the sentence even more polite. Извините, Вы говорите по-английски? Извините. Вы говорите по-английски? The responses you might receive could be one of these three. Да. Yes. Да. Немного. A little. Немного. Нет. No. Нет. The full version for the negative sentence will be Нет, я не говорю по-английски. Since this is a negation, we need to add the particle не before the verb говорю. Notice also that the verb говорите changed. It changed to говорю because we used the pronoun I here. Я in Russian. Thus the phrase I do not speak English is Я не говорю по-английски. Now it's time for Svetlana's tips. For those of you who are not native English speakers, don't worry. You can of course use this question with any language you need. Many other European and Asian languages are also popular in Russia. So maybe you will get lucky. Just substitute по-английски with по-немецки for German, по-испански for Spanish, по-китайски for Chinese, по-японски for Japanese. Great! In this lesson we mentioned the expression извините. But did you know that this can also be used as an apology? In the next lesson we'll learn this and other ways to apologize in Russian. It's never too late to show your good manners towards Russian people. I'll see you in our next «Русский язык за 3 минуты» lesson. Пока-пока.
Want to learn Russian anywhere, anytime? Get the Innovative Language 101 app for free.
Привет всем! С вами Светлана. Hi everybody, I'm Svetlana. Welcome to RussianPod101.com. Русский язык за 3 минуты. The fastest, easiest, and the most fun way to learn Russian. In the last lesson we learned the phrase «Извините, вы говорите по-английски?» Excuse me, do you speak English? We mentioned the word «извините», which means excuse me in Russian. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to use «извините» and other words when apologizing in Russian. We usually use «извините» when we want to draw somebody's attention. Perhaps you want to order something in the restaurant or simply ask the time. For example, «Извините, который час?» Excuse me, what time is it? The other meaning of «извините» is to say I'm sorry for something you've done or haven't done. The word «извините» derives from the word «вина», which means guilt in English. You use it when you feel guilty for bothering somebody or causing some problem. The word «извините» is used in its formal polite form. The informal version for it is «извини». It can also be used in two ways as mentioned, but is mostly used in the sense of regret and apology. «Извини» refers to the informal pronoun you in its singular form. In other words, you would use it when speaking to a person you would address with the pronoun ты. Another informal word for an apology is «прости», which has almost the same meaning as «извини», but with a slightly higher level of regret. It derives from the verb «прощать», which means forgive. So literally this word is translated as «forgive me». So the formal way to say «forgive me» in Russian would be «простите» or «прошу прощения». The meaning of both phrases is almost the same. «Простите» is an imperative verb which literally means «forgive me». «Прошу прощения» means I am asking you to forgive me. This phrase is a bit more polite than «простите». As you might have guessed, the word «прошу» means I ask. You can add the word «пожалуйста», please, to your apology to make it even more polite and sincere. Простите, пожалуйста. Извините, пожалуйста. Excuse me, please. Okay, great. Now it's time for Svetlana's tips. If you accidentally bump somebody, any of the phrases mentioned in this lesson would be fine for an apology. Just don't say nothing or ignore the other person, because you might get a very angry reaction and be yelled at in front of everybody. Russians can be very short-tempered and emotional, but will not usually harbor resentment if you admit your mistake. It is always easier to say a simple word of apology straight away rather than try to cool an angry Russian down. In the last lesson, we learned some words used when apologizing in Russian, including извините and простите. In this lesson, we are going to learn numbers in Russian. Yes, numbers, числа, from 1 to 10. And you're going to learn them in only 3 minutes. 3 минуты. Are you ready? Let's start. 1. Один. 2. 2. 3. 3. 4. 4. 5. 5. 6. 6. 7. 7. 8. 8. 9. 9. 10. 10. Okay, now repeat after me. I'll say the numbers and give you time to repeat each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Great job! What comes before 1? Do you know? It is 0. Ноль. Ноль. You don't have any more excuses. Now you can give friends your cell phone number in Russian. Let's try together. We'll use the phrase «Мой номер телефона», which means my telephone number is. Мой номер телефона. Мой номер телефона 8 9 2 4 5 7 1 3 6 10. Can you read it by yourself? 8 9 2 4 5 7 1 3 6 10. Perfect! Now it's time for Svetlana's tips. Numbers are used everywhere. Usually when Russians say phone numbers, they combine the single numbers into tens and hundreds. But if it's a short number that contains less than 6 numerals, it's usually pronounced as the separate digits. Learn your numbers well, so you can be ready for real-life situations. In the last lesson, we learned the numbers from 1 to 10. Do you remember them? I'll remind you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now let's continue from 11. 11. 11. 12. 12. 13. 13. 14. 14. 15. 15. 16. 16. 17. 17. 18. 18. 19. 19. And finally we have 20. 20. Okay, now repeat after me. I'll say the numbers and give you time to repeat each one. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. These numbers may seem harder to remember and pronounce than those in the previous lesson, but as you have probably noticed, the endings are the same. 15. The suffix цать is the modified word for 10. 10. Цать. Counting from 15 till 19, you simply eliminate the last letter from the original word and add 15. In the case of 14, you eliminate the letter ye. Let's not stop at 20. Let's learn how to count up to 100. First, I'll give you the tens. 30, 30, 40, 40, 50, 50, 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90, 100, 100. Remember I told you that the suffix цать means 10? Well, we have another modification for 10. It is десят. It is almost the same as the original word for 10, 10. In most cases, you simply add the number in front of it to multiply it by 10. 8, 8, plus десят, 10, is 80, 80. Easy! The word for 100 is also super easy. It's 100. I don't think you will have any problems with this one. The last thing to learn today is how to form compound numbers above 20. Just take the tens and simply add the numbers you learned in the previous lesson. Let's try it out. How would you say 56 in Russian? Let's take it step by step. 50 is 50, and then add 6, 6, 56. It's done. Very easy, right? Let's make another number. For instance, 23. Take 20, 20, and add 3, 3. So we get 23. See? After only 2 lessons, you are now able to count to 100 in Russian. In the next lesson, we are going to put your number knowledge to use. Do you think you can go shopping in Russia now? If not, I'll be waiting for you in our next Русский язык за 3 минуты lesson. In the last lesson, we learned how to count in Russian. I hope you spent some time practicing the numbers, because they will come in handy today. Now we are going to learn how to go shopping in Russia. So you see something you like, and you want to ask the shop assistant how much it is. The first thing to say is «Извините». Do you remember the meaning? Right. Excuse me. Извините, сколько это стоит? Извините, сколько это стоит? Let's break it down to work out the meaning of these new words. Сколько means how much or how many. As you can see, it can be used both with countable nouns like people and uncountable nouns like time. The next word is это, which means this or that. And the last one is стоит, cost. If you want to be more specific when asking how much is this and refer to a certain type of object, you just need to drop the word это and place the object after the verb стоит. For example, сколько стоит хлеб? How much is the bread? Or сколько стоит мороженое? How much is the ice cream? But remember that Russian verbs change according to the noun. In this case, we have to be careful about using the nouns in plural and singular forms. For example, if we use the noun candies, which is plural, the verb will change. Извините, сколько стоят конфеты? Excuse me, how much are the candies? Извините, сколько стоят конфеты? As you might already know, the national currency in Russia is rubles, рубль, or рубли in the plural. So now let's hear the shop assistant's answer. He or she could answer by saying хлеб стоит 20 рублей, мороженое стоит 15 рублей, or конфеты стоят 50 рублей. Here comes our numbers. I'm sure you remember them and can easily understand the answer. Great job! Now it's time for Svetlana's tips. The prices in big shopping malls and department stores are mostly fixed. These shops may have some seasonal discounts or campaigns. But the prices in Russian markets, рынок or bazar, are very flexible. They really depend on your speaking and bargaining skills. People at these places are generally very open and friendly, and usually more than happy to find the most appropriate price to please both sides. He or she might even invite you in to have a drink. But always be aware of pickpockets and thieves. There are a lot of them in Russian markets. Do you know how to use Russian currency? We're going to learn how to do this and much more in the next lesson. I will see you soon in our next русский язык за 3 минуты lesson. Пока-пока.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your Russian listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Женщина спрашивает кое-что у продавца в книжном магазине. Какую книгу хочет посмотреть женщина? Извините, могу я взглянуть на книгу вон на той полке?
Которую книгу вы хотите посмотреть?
Книгу о машинах.
Подождите, пожалуйста. Вот эту?
Верно.
Вот, пожалуйста.
Какую книгу хочет посмотреть женщина? Женщина спрашивает кое-что у продавца в книжном магазине. Какую книгу хочет посмотреть женщина? Извините, могу я взглянуть на книгу вон на той полке?
Которую книгу вы хотите посмотреть?
Книгу о машинах.
Подождите, пожалуйста. Вот эту?
Верно.
Вот, пожалуйста.
Мужчина и женщина смотрят на меню в ресторане. Что мужчина заказал?
Что бы вы хотели заказать?
Эта пицца выглядит аппетитно. Я возьму ее.
Я ел пиццу вчера, так что...
Правда? Тогда как насчет гамбургера?
Звучит неплохо. Я закажу его.
Что мужчина заказал? Мужчина и женщина смотрят на меню в ресторане. Что мужчина заказал?
Что бы вы хотели заказать?
Эта пицца выглядит аппетитно. Я возьму ее.
Я ел пиццу вчера, так что...
Правда? Тогда как насчет гамбургера?
Звучит неплохо. Я закажу его.
Мужчина разговаривает с клиникой по телефону. До какого времени мужчина должен прийти туда? Здравствуйте. Чем я могу вам помочь?
До скольки вы сегодня работаете?
До 6 часов. Но, пожалуйста, придите до 5:30.
Хорошо.
До какого времени мужчина должен прийти туда? Мужчина разговаривает с клиникой по телефону. До какого времени мужчина должен прийти туда? Здравствуйте. Чем я могу вам помочь?
До скольки вы сегодня работаете?
До 6 часов. Но, пожалуйста, придите до 5:30.
Хорошо.
Мальчик читает свой дневник. Что мальчик сделал в первую очередь в этот день?
Сегодня была очень хорошая погода. После обеда я пошел в бассейн, а вечером я пошел смотреть кино. Кроме того, я учился утром. Это был очень хороший день.
Что мальчик сделал в первую очередь в этот день? Мальчик читает свой дневник. Что мальчик сделал в первую очередь в этот день?
Сегодня была очень хорошая погода. После обеда я пошел в бассейн, а вечером я пошел смотреть кино. Кроме того, я учился утром. Это был очень хороший день.
Мужчина и женщина рассматривают фотографию. На какую фотографию они смотрят? Это фотография футбольной команды вашего сына, не так ли? Который из них ваш сын?
Вот этот.
О, он самый высокий в команде.
Он выше, чем я.
На какую фотографию они смотрят? Мужчина и женщина рассматривают фотографию. На какую фотографию они смотрят? Это фотография футбольной команды вашего сына, не так ли? Который из них ваш сын?
Вот этот.
О, он самый высокий в команде.
Он выше, чем я.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your Russian listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Когда они собираются посмотреть фильм?
Почему бы нам не сходить в кино в следующую субботу?
Да, я бы с удовольствием, но я утром работаю.
В котором часу ты закончишь работу?
В 2 часа дня.
Тогда давай встретимся в кафе в 3 часа, а в 4 часа посмотрим фильм.
Хорошо. Когда они собираются посмотреть фильм? Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Когда они собираются посмотреть фильм?
Почему бы нам не сходить в кино в следующую субботу?
Да, я бы с удовольствием, но я утром работаю.
В котором часу ты закончишь работу?
В 2 часа дня.
Тогда давай встретимся в кафе в 3 часа, а в 4 часа посмотрим фильм.
Хорошо. Мужчина разговаривает с продавцом. Какую рубашку он собирается купить?
Как вы думаете, какая рубашка лучше? Белая или голубая?
Мне нравится голубая. Она очень подходит к вашему серому пиджаку.
Вы так думаете? Но мне кажется, она не подходит к моему красному галстуку.
Ну, да, я согласна.
Хорошо. Тогда я возьму белую, а не голубую.
Какую рубашку он собирается купить? Мужчина разговаривает с продавцом. Какую рубашку он собирается купить?
Как вы думаете, какая рубашка лучше? Белая или голубая?
Мне нравится голубая. Она очень подходит к вашему серому пиджаку.
Вы так думаете? Но мне кажется, она не подходит к моему красному галстуку.
Ну, да, я согласна.
Хорошо. Тогда я возьму белую, а не голубую.
Мужчина находится в ресторане быстрого питания. Какое меню он собирается заказать?
Простите, я могу заказать специальное бургер-меню?
Да, пожалуйста, выберите картофель фри или салат.
Салат, пожалуйста.
Отлично. Пожалуйста, выберите напиток.
Кока-колу, пожалуйста.
Какое меню он собирается заказать? Мужчина находится в ресторане быстрого питания. Какое меню он собирается заказать?
Простите, я могу заказать специальное бургер-меню?
Да, пожалуйста, выберите картофель фри или салат.
Салат, пожалуйста.
Отлично. Пожалуйста, выберите напиток.
Кока-колу, пожалуйста.
Учительница готовит торт. Что учительница положила в него? Сегодня мы собираемся приготовить торт. Во-первых, смешайте масло и сахар. Затем добавьте 2 яйца и все хорошо перемешайте. Добавьте муку и слегка перемешайте. Поставьте в духовку и выпекайте в течение 50 минут. Вот и все. Что учительница положила в него? Учительница готовит торт. Что учительница положила в него? Сегодня мы собираемся приготовить торт. Во-первых, смешайте масло и сахар. Затем добавьте 2 яйца и все хорошо перемешайте. Добавьте муку и слегка перемешайте. Поставьте в духовку и выпекайте в течение 50 минут. Вот и все. Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Что они сначала собираются сделать?
Какие у тебя сегодня планы?
Я хочу посмотреть фильм.
Хорошо. А я хочу посмотреть бейсбол по телевизору.
Также я хочу пройтись по магазинам.
Бейсбол начнется в 1 дня.
Ладно, давай сначала посмотрим фильм, а затем ты можешь смотреть свой бейсбол.
Хорошо. А тогда вечером пройдемся по магазинам.
Что они сначала собираются сделать? Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Что они сначала собираются сделать?
Какие у тебя сегодня планы?
Я хочу посмотреть фильм.
Хорошо. А я хочу посмотреть бейсбол по телевизору.
Также я хочу пройтись по магазинам.
Бейсбол начнется в 1 дня.
Ладно, давай сначала посмотрим фильм, а затем ты можешь смотреть свой бейсбол.
Хорошо. А тогда вечером пройдемся по магазинам.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your Russian listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Студентка и преподаватель разговаривают. К которому часу студентка решила прийти к преподавателю? Извините, у меня есть несколько вопросов по вашей лекции.
Конечно. Я вас слушаю.
Вопросов довольно много. У вас сейчас есть время?
Ну тогда, пожалуйста, приходите ко мне в кабинет во второй половине дня. Я буду там с 1 дня до 4.
Хорошо, я приду в 2. К которому часу студентка решила прийти к преподавателю? Студентка и преподаватель разговаривают. К которому часу студентка решила прийти к преподавателю? Извините, у меня есть несколько вопросов по вашей лекции.
Конечно. Я вас слушаю.
Вопросов довольно много. У вас сейчас есть время?
Ну тогда, пожалуйста, приходите ко мне в кабинет во второй половине дня. Я буду там с часу дня до 4.
Хорошо, я приду в 2. Женщина обедает в ресторане. Что она собирается заказать?
Что вам принести после основного блюда? Кофе или десерт?
А какие у вас есть десерты?
У нас есть пудинг и яблочный пирог.
Тогда кофе, пожалуйста.
С сахаром или с молоком?
С молоком, пожалуйста. Что она собирается заказать? Женщина обедает в ресторане. Что она собирается заказать?
Что вам принести после основного блюда? Кофе или десерт?
А какие у вас есть десерты?
У нас есть пудинг и яблочный пирог.
Тогда кофе, пожалуйста.
С сахаром или с молоком?
С молоком, пожалуйста. Женщина ждет мужчину. Где женщина будет его ждать?
Привет, извини, но я опоздаю на 30 минут.
Хорошо, я буду ждать тебя в кафе.
В каком кафе?
Оно находится рядом с книжным магазином. Напротив кафе есть булочная.
Хорошо.
Где женщина будет его ждать? Женщина ждет мужчину. Где женщина будет его ждать?
Привет, извини, но я опоздаю на 30 минут.
Хорошо, я буду ждать тебя в кафе.
В каком кафе?
Оно находится рядом с книжным магазином. Напротив кафе есть булочная.
Хорошо.
Парень и девушка разговаривают. Что девушка будет делать во время летних каникул?
У тебя есть планы на летние каникулы?
Пока нет, но мне бы очень хотелось поехать на море или в горы.
А я с друзьями еду на море. Мы хотим заняться серфингом.
Классно,
Почему бы тебе не поехать с нами?
это будет весело. Да, поеду с вами. Что девушка будет делать во время летних каникул? Парень и девушка разговаривают. Что девушка будет делать во время летних каникул?
У тебя есть планы на летние каникулы?
Пока нет, но мне бы очень хотелось поехать на море или в горы.
А я с друзьями еду на море. Мы хотим заняться серфингом.
Классно,
Почему бы тебе не поехать с нами?
это будет весело. Да, поеду с вами. Девушка и парень разговаривают. Что у девушки было сегодня на завтрак? Я хочу есть.
Ты сегодня завтракала?
Да,
Что ты ела?
я съела маленький йогурт и выпила чашку кофе.
Это совсем мало. Нужно было съесть еще какие-нибудь фрукты или хотя бы булочку.
Что у девушки было сегодня на завтрак? Девушка и парень разговаривают. Что у девушки было сегодня на завтрак? Я хочу есть.
Ты сегодня завтракала?
Да,
Что ты ела?
я съела маленький йогурт и выпила чашку кофе.
Это совсем мало. Нужно было съесть еще какие-нибудь фрукты или хотя бы булочку.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your Russian listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Женщина в универмаге. На какой этаж она поднимется? Извините, где здесь продается детская одежда?
На 5-м этаже и на 6-м.
А у вас есть одежда для младенцев?
Да, есть. На 6-м этаже.
Большое спасибо. Пойду посмотрю там. На какой этаж она поднимется? Женщина в универмаге. На какой этаж она поднимется? Извините, где здесь продается детская одежда?
На 5-м этаже и на 6-м.
А у вас есть одежда для младенцев?
Да, есть. На 6-м этаже.
Большое спасибо. Пойду посмотрю там. Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Сколько мужчине сейчас лет? У тебя скоро день рождения.
Да, послезавтра.
Сколько лет тебе исполнится?
Мне исполнится 60 лет.
Поздравляю. Давай отпразднуем.
Спасибо большое. Я буду очень рад.
Сколько мужчине сейчас лет? Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Сколько мужчине сейчас лет? У тебя скоро день рождения.
Да, послезавтра.
Сколько лет тебе исполнится?
Мне исполнится 60 лет.
Поздравляю. Давай отпразднуем.
Спасибо большое. Я буду очень рад.
Женщина выбирает одежду в магазине. Что она собирается купить? Мне нравится и белая юбка, и синяя юбка.
Да, белая юбка хорошо продается.
Синяя юбка дорогая.
Да, но она вам очень идет.
Я не могу купить 2 юбки. Тогда, пожалуйста, белую.
Хорошо. Спасибо большое.
Что она собирается купить? Женщина выбирает одежду в магазине. Что она собирается купить? Мне нравится и белая юбка, и синяя юбка.
Да, белая юбка хорошо продается.
Синяя юбка дорогая.
Да, но она вам очень идет.
Я не могу купить 2 юбки. Тогда, пожалуйста, белую.
Хорошо. Спасибо большое.
Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Сколько человек придет на вечеринку?
Завтра будет вечеринка.
Кто придет?
Ты и я, 2 моих друга и учитель.
Всего 5 человек.
Ой, учитель придет со своей женой.
Понятно. Сколько человек придет на вечеринку? Мужчина и женщина разговаривают. Сколько человек придет на вечеринку?
Завтра будет вечеринка.
Кто придет?
Ты и я, 2 моих друга и учитель.
Всего 5 человек.
Ой, учитель придет со своей женой.
Понятно. Женщина купила кровать. Куда она собирается ее поставить?
Эта кровать большая.
Да, и я не могу поставить ее у двери.
Давай поставим ее в конце комнаты.
Может, поставим кровать посередине комнаты?
Нет, давай поставим ее в угол.
Звучит неплохо. Давай так и сделаем. Куда она собирается ее поставить? Женщина купила кровать. Куда она собирается ее поставить?
Эта кровать большая.
Да, и я не могу поставить ее у двери.
Давай поставим ее в конце комнаты.
Может, поставим кровать посередине комнаты?
Нет, давай поставим ее в угол.
Звучит неплохо. Давай так и сделаем.
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time. Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your Russian listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Мужчина выступает на совещании с докладом о продажах компании. Какие два графика он использует в своей презентации?
Давайте посмотрим на представленные материалы. Левый график показывает динамику продаж нашей компании за последние 3 года, а также прогноз на текущий год. Правый график отображает объем продаж этого года помесячно, включая октябрь месяц. Теперь, пожалуйста, посмотрите на левый график. Как мы видим, на протяжении последних 3 лет объем продаж неуклонно растет. И если мы и дальше будем увеличивать продажи, то и в этом году нас ожидает рост по сравнению с прошлым. Далее давайте посмотрим на правый график. Правый график показывает, что проведенные в апреле и августе этого года компании были довольно эффективными.
Ясно. Однако в мае и сентябре продажи упали.
Да, но такой вид спада неизбежен. Я ожидаю, что годовой объем продаж в этом году покажет рост по сравнению с прошлым годом, если мы сможем продолжать увеличивать наши продажи.
Какие два графика он использует в своей презентации? Мужчина выступает на совещании с докладом о продажах компании. Какие два графика он использует в своей презентации?
Давайте посмотрим на представленные материалы. Левый график показывает динамику продаж нашей компании за последние 3 года, а также прогноз на текущий год. Правый график отображает объем продаж этого года помесячно, включая октябрь месяц. Теперь, пожалуйста, посмотрите на левый график. Как мы видим, на протяжении последних 3 лет объем продаж неуклонно растет. И если мы и дальше будем увеличивать продажи, то и в этом году нас ожидает рост по сравнению с прошлым. Далее давайте посмотрим на правый график. Правый график показывает, что проведенные в апреле и августе этого года компании были довольно эффективными.
Ясно. Однако в мае и сентябре продажи упали.
Да, но такой вид спада неизбежен. Я ожидаю, что годовой объем продаж в этом году покажет рост по сравнению с прошлым годом, если мы сможем продолжать увеличивать наши продажи.
Мужчина становится членом спортивного клуба и получает информацию о правилах в клубе. Какой вид абонемента он выберет? Для начала разрешите мне рассказать о различных абонементах в нашем клубе, как описано в этой брошюре. Обычный абонемент предусматривает посещение тренажерного зала и бассейна в любое время и в любой день недели. Мы также предлагаем утренний абонемент. Это когда люди могут пользоваться тренажерным залом и бассейном только рано утром, и вечерний абонемент для людей, которые хотят приходить только вечером.
Какое время для утреннего абонемента?
Утренний абонемент предусматривает использование клуба с 6 до 10 утра, а вечерний с 6 до 11 вечера.
Понятно. Значит, пользователи утреннего абонемента могут заскочить в спортзал по пути на работу?
Именно так. Утренний абонемент пользуется популярностью среди людей, которые работают с 9 утра до 5 вечера. И мы также предлагаем абонемент только в тренажерный зал или только в бассейн, если вы хотите пользоваться чем-то одним.
Я хочу пользоваться как тренажерным залом, так и бассейном. Я думаю, что буду ходить в спортзал рано утром перед выходом на работу в будние дни, а в бассейн по выходным. У вас есть абонемент, который бы покрывал, например, раннее утро по будням и весь день во выходные?
К сожалению, у нас нет такого абонемента.
Ладно, я не думаю, что смогу вставать так рано по выходным. Так что я возьму вот этот абонемент.
Какой вид абонемента он выберет? Мужчина становится членом спортивного клуба и получает информацию о правилах в клубе. Какой вид абонемента он выберет? Для начала разрешите мне рассказать о различных абонементах в нашем клубе, как описано в этой брошюре. Обычный абонемент предусматривает посещение тренажерного зала и бассейна в любое время и в любой день недели. Мы также предлагаем утренний абонемент. Это когда люди могут пользоваться тренажерным залом и бассейном только рано утром, и вечерний абонемент для людей, которые хотят приходить только вечером.
Какое время для утреннего абонемента?
Утренний абонемент предусматривает использование клуба с 6 до 10 утра, а вечерний с 6 до 11 вечера.
Понятно. Значит, пользователи утреннего абонемента могут заскочить в спортзал по пути на работу?
Именно так. Утренний абонемент пользуется популярностью среди людей, которые работают с 9 утра до 5 вечера. И мы также предлагаем абонемент только в тренажерный зал или только в бассейн, если вы хотите пользоваться чем-то одним.
Я хочу пользоваться как тренажерным залом, так и бассейном. Я думаю, что буду ходить в спортзал рано утром перед выходом на работу в будние дни, а в бассейн по выходным. У вас есть абонемент, который бы покрывал, например, раннее утро по будням и весь день во выходные?
К сожалению, у нас нет такого абонемента.
Ладно, я не думаю, что смогу вставать так рано по выходным. Так что я возьму вот этот абонемент.
Женщина разговаривает с мужчиной, который работает в аутсорсинговой печатной компании по поводу брошюры для нового продукта. Когда наступает крайний срок для сдачи первого проекта эскиза брошюры? Мы решили выпустить новый продукт 15 октября, и мы хотели бы предложить вам контракт на разработку его брошюры.
Большое вам спасибо. Мы очень рады помочь вам с этим проектом. Итак, не могли бы вы рассказать нам немного о графике работы? Но когда вам все это нужно?
Ну, учитывая время, необходимое для печати, мы бы хотели получить брошюры для печати уже к концу сентября. Поэтому вы могли бы предоставить нам первый проект эскиза брошюры к 15 августа?
Ну, мы хотели бы вам предложить 3 варианта дизайна проекта брошюры, чтобы вы выбрали тот, который наилучшим образом соответствует вашей концепции. Тогда мы сделаем окончательный дизайн на основании вашего выбора. Так что нам бы очень пригодились еще 2 недели, чтобы подготовиться к этой стадии.
Ладно. Возможно, 1 месяца будет достаточно, чтобы выбрать один из дизайнов, который вы подготовите, а затем принять решение об окончательном дизайне. Хорошо, мы рассчитываем на вас.
Вы в надежных руках. Наша команда дизайнеров лучшая. Спасибо вам большое.
Когда наступает крайний срок для сдачи первого проекта эскиза брошюры? Женщина разговаривает с мужчиной, который работает в аутсорсинговой печатной компании по поводу брошюры для нового продукта. Когда наступает крайний срок для сдачи первого проекта эскиза брошюры? Мы решили выпустить новый продукт 15 октября, и мы хотели бы предложить вам контракт на разработку его брошюры.
Большое вам спасибо. Мы очень рады помочь вам с этим проектом. Итак, не могли бы вы рассказать нам немного о графике работы? Но когда вам все это нужно?
Ну, учитывая время, необходимое для печати, мы бы хотели получить брошюры для печати уже к концу сентября. Поэтому вы могли бы предоставить нам первый проект эскиза брошюры к 15 августа?
Ну, мы хотели бы вам предложить 3 варианта дизайна проекта брошюры, чтобы вы выбрали тот, который наилучшим образом соответствует вашей концепции. Тогда мы сделаем окончательный дизайн на основании вашего выбора. Так что нам бы очень пригодились еще 2 недели, чтобы подготовиться к этой стадии.
Ладно. Возможно, 1 месяца будет достаточно, чтобы выбрать один из дизайнов, который вы подготовите, а затем принять решение об окончательном дизайне. Хорошо, мы рассчитываем на вас.
Вы в надежных руках. Наша команда дизайнеров лучшая. Спасибо вам большое.
Женщина звонит по телефону, чтобы забронировать билеты на спектакль. Какие 2 места она выберет?
Здравствуйте, это театр «Колесо». Чем я могу вам помочь?
Здравствуйте. Мне нужны 2 билета на спектакль «Король Лир» на сегодня на 17:30. У вас еще остались свободные места?
У нас осталось только несколько свободных мест, но, к сожалению, мест рядом друг с другом уже нет. Если хотите, вы можете взять 2 отдельных места.
Хорошо.
У вас есть какие-либо особые пожелания?
Ну, а у вас есть места у прохода?
Да, у нас есть место у прохода с левой стороны центральной секции, а справа от него, через 2 места, есть еще одно свободное место.
Хорошо, давайте это место у прохода.
Что насчет другого места?
А у вас есть места по центру?
Единственные места по центру, которые остались, это с 1 по 3 ряд.
Нет, это очень близко.
Зал относительно небольшой, и я думаю, что вы могли бы наслаждаться игрой, даже сидя в конце зала.
Правда? Тогда я возьму то, которое вы упоминали раньше, с левой стороны. Какие 2 места она выберет? Женщина звонит по телефону, чтобы забронировать билеты на спектакль. Какие 2 места она выберет?
Здравствуйте, это театр «Колесо». Чем я могу вам помочь?
Здравствуйте. Мне нужны 2 билета на спектакль «Король Лир» на сегодня на 17:30. У вас еще остались свободные места?
У нас осталось только несколько свободных мест, но, к сожалению, мест рядом друг с другом уже нет. Если хотите, вы можете взять 2 отдельных места.
Хорошо.
У вас есть какие-либо особые пожелания?
Ну, а у вас есть места у прохода?
Да, у нас есть место у прохода с левой стороны центральной секции, а справа от него, через 2 места, есть еще одно свободное место.
Хорошо, давайте это место у прохода.
Что насчет другого места?
А у вас есть места по центру?
Единственные места по центру, которые остались, это с 1 по 3 ряд.
Нет, это очень близко.
Зал относительно небольшой, и я думаю, что вы могли бы наслаждаться игрой, даже сидя в конце зала.
Правда? Тогда я возьму то, которое вы упоминали раньше, с левой стороны. Мужчина и женщина разговаривают касательно подготовки к презентации, которую они будут делать завтра в своем офисе. Что женщина проверит после окончания разговора?
Хорошо. Я думаю, что мы уже практически готовы для завтрашней презентации. Еще несколько вещей. Встреча начнется ровно в 9. Не могла бы ты сегодня еще раз проверить комнату для переговоров?
Я уже проверила.
Отлично. Ты убедилась, что проектор нормально работает?
Но я собиралась проверить его завтра утром, когда у меня будет мой ноутбук.
Нет. Мы должны проверить его сегодня. Если обнаружится какая-то проблема, у нас просто не будет времени завтра утром на то, чтобы решить ее. Так что не забудь проверить проектор сегодня. Это самое главное, хорошо?
Сделаю.
И ты сделала копии этих материалов?
Госпожа Танака делает их сейчас.
Так, что еще? О, ты проверила маркерную доску?
Да,
В некоторых ручках недостаточно чернил. Ты случайно не проверяла их?
пока нет, но я не забуду проверить сегодня. Что женщина проверит после окончания разговора? Мужчина и женщина разговаривают касательно подготовки к презентации, которую они будут делать завтра в своем офисе. Что женщина проверит после окончания разговора?
Хорошо. Я думаю, что мы уже практически готовы для завтрашней презентации. Еще несколько вещей. Встреча начнется ровно в 9. Не могла бы ты сегодня еще раз проверить комнату для переговоров?
Я уже проверила.
Отлично. Ты убедилась, что проектор нормально работает?
Но я собиралась проверить его завтра утром, когда у меня будет мой ноутбук.
Нет. Мы должны проверить его сегодня. Если обнаружится какая-то проблема, у нас просто не будет времени завтра утром на то, чтобы решить ее. Так что не забудь проверить проектор сегодня. Это самое главное, хорошо?
Сделаю.
И ты сделала копии этих материалов?
Госпожа Танака делает их сейчас.
Так, что еще? О, ты проверила маркерную доску?
Да,
В некоторых ручках недостаточно чернил. Ты случайно не проверяла их?
пока нет, но я не забуду проверить сегодня.
Да, пожалуйста, не забудь сделать это сегодня.
Expand your vocabulary with our Core 2000 Words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free Russian ebook before it's gone.